Yo, what is good, dev guys? Welcome back to another game dev stream. I know you're thinking, damn, I just saw this dude. I feel like all he do is work. You're right, all right? Last night I was in the bed with a laptop trying to figure out how can I get my player moving? Because he was not moving yesterday, which is kind of sad. It makes me sad just a little bit. We did a lot of work to get everything linked up together and go to test it, and nothing, no movement. And then we even start getting like this weird thing where our body is like getting ejected from the ground. So again, having another back and forth with ChatGPT and seeing like what kind of solutions are out there, because you try to Google search things and Google is just not as helpful. Well, at least keyword searching in Google is not as helpful as like asking how can I put it? Not asking ChatGPT, but like having a conversation with ChatGPT about the question that you have. Like even right now I'm looking on Google. So physics-based character and bullet. This should, and 5 years ago, this would have brought up like literally Google would have been a million fucking results because it's not scrubbed by AI. But there was an article that I found. I think this might be the one right here. There was an article that I found where this was one of the solutions, where essentially and if I'm visualizing the solution correctly, think of this as the ground, and then think of this as your player. So instead of the player sliding along the ground like this, what's actually happening is this, where your character is like a tire essentially, and if I can get this, you're just basically tracing the ground like this and keeping the capsule above the ground, and that also helps when you approach like some stairs. Bitch, if you don't start following my instructions. Come on. Let's just say these are stairs. It also helps when you start approaching some stairs, because you automatically get this ray will start shrinking and pushing you up here. And so this is kind of like a constraint, and this capsule is constrained to this thing, but it's not actually a constraint. Like, so Epic does something similar to this. The way Epic does it, I was watching the video last night, the networked movement video. Epic has a capsule like this is your main capsule, and then they have this constrained capsule that is here. And so I shouldn't have done what I just did. But yeah, the constrained capsule is a little bit smaller. And basically what happens is this constrained capsule gets a signal to move to here. So it'll move. And then this capsule is actually your rigid body capsule. And then these two things this is constrained to this. So wherever this moves, it just moves. It doesn't care about what's blocking. It doesn't do anything. It does do sweeps to do things like this, to like step up on stairs and to avoid like essentially, like if there was let's say there was a floor that was like this, where there was a small gap like that. Essentially, if the capsule was running along the floor like this, this gap would cause the capsule to pop out like this and give your body some vertical velocity, because you gotta think essentially this acts like a pinch point for the capsule, and once the capsule's contacts go in there, it tries to depenetrate from it, because some of the contacts could go inside of them, but also the other parts of the capsule are contacting something else. So it would essentially simulate you penetrating into this gap here, and what would happen is you would get ejected to deep penetrate, and sometimes that ejection is, you know, unwarranted velocity on the Z, and it kind of makes you jump. So Epic does a similar thing where they have like a hovering capsule. It doesn't do like constant traces to like maintain a spring. It literally is just in this point in space, and it does not go below that point in space. It goes up, like you'll see in the video if you watch that video. The capsule does shrink up. It just doesn't go down. But yeah, I'm giving this spiel to nobody, but at least it's here for the people who do go back and watch the streams. But essentially, what we're going to try to implement today is this. I want to do a couple of tests first, where, you know, I changed like the friction and I changed like the restitution of my capsule, stuff like that. But yeah, for the most part, we're probably gonna have to implement this because this is like a known issue that I'm running into. And looking at this, it says what I did to overcome the issue. This issue is the following, and we can go back to the issue if you want. So I'm trying to use Bullet Physics Engine to create a 3D world. I've got my character with a capsule shape on his body, and my ground is made of some static blocks stuck together. Here's a schema to illustrate my words. So this is the capsule, and then there's a collision detection right here in between these two edges or points. It says the problem is present when my character runs from one block to another. Bullet detects a collision, and my character starts to jump a little bit on the y-axis. How can I avoid the problem? And so what I did to overcome this issue is the following. Instead of having the capsule slide on the ground, I had a dynamic capsule ride on top of a spring. I implemented the spring as several raycasts originating from the bottom of the capsule. The length of the spring was like 0.5 meters or less, and it would pull and push the capsule to and from the ground. So the grip / pull is important so the character won't jump unexpectedly. The spring stiffness controls how much bobbing you have, and this had the following effects: no unwanted collision on edge of geometry on the floor since the capsule floats. Walking upstairs and slopes implemented implicitly. The spring would just step onto the stairs step and push the character capsule up. Implementation of jumping was just a matter of releasing the grip on the ground, and the spring had so releasing the grip on the ground the spring had, and giving the body an impulse upwards, and landing after a jump or fall automatically displayed knee bending as you would expect. So like when you goddamn, I hate that my taskbar doesn't automatically pop up when I do that. I don't know why it does that. So like when you land from a jump, you get, since you have a spring attached, you'll get like a little cushion, like, and you'll cushion back up to this constraint. So you get a little bit of like automatic feedback, essentially. Pleasant smoothing of vertical movements in general, like on elevator platforms, etc. And due to the grip / pull to the ground, even when running downhill, the character would not start to fly as you experience in some games. I find that annoying typically. Ducking character decreased the length of the spring and or the capsule. And sliding downhill, you can fully control it by checking the angles of the floor already area the raycast of the spring hit. And I had to play around a lot with the stiffness of the spring and the length of the spring, the length of the grip, etc. But in the end, I was very happy about how simple yet well this worked. So there's actually an example of this that I saw when I was looking up just examples of rigid body. What is this? These motherfuckers are so funny, bro. I can't wait for my game to release so I could, like, I'm going to spam these dudes, bro. I'm going to spam them, bro. If they play my game, I know I at least get like 25 to 100 sales just off of them playing it. What was this? This was a physics-based movement Unity. And the reason I searched Unity is because, you know, they have more, how can I put, I don't want to say their solutions are better. It's just that they have more solutions in general because they've been working with this a lot longer than Epic has. Like a rigid body, like movement system has been available in Unity's for forever. So this video kind of shows an example of the spring method.
A character in our game is actually a floating capsule. When you tilt the joystick, the capsule accelerates in the desired direction, always floating a certain height above the ground and turning to smoothly point in the direction of movement. It may seem strange that the capsule is floating, but here's 4 reasons why. Reason number 1, ground clearance. Sliding along the ground makes it easy to get disrupted by small, uneven surfaces. Hovering above the ground avoids all of this. Reason number 2, no friction. It's in the air, so there's no contact with the ground. This makes player input feel more direct, since forces on the character can be directly applied and seen without the decay of friction. Because the floating capsule can still run into walls, we also reduce friction between the character and the world to basically 0. Reason number 3, sticking to slopes. Since we're already casting a ray down to calculate the floating forces, we have the ability to adjust how far down into the ground the ray goes. This provides an extra buffer to pull down on the character when just above the surface, allowing characters to stick to the ground when transitioning down a ramp or even up one without becoming airborne. Reason number 4, control over downward forces. You can see here that the spring force that levitates the character above the ground can also be applied to the objects under the character, giving a nice bouncy response like this when the character lands on a car, for example. We've got 4 good reasons to float the capsule. So how does it work? It starts with a very simple downward raycast to get the distance to the ground. If we find the ground, we apply a dampened spring force to try to reach our desired ride height. Here's a quick look at the code, which just produces a force that is the sum of the standard spring, which is magnitude based on distance, and a damping factor based on velocity. The force is applied to the character and possibly to the object under the character in the opposite direction. Now we have a floating capsule, but it needs to stay upright. One solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. At this point, we have a floating capsule that wants to stay upright and point in a specific direction. Excellent! Now it's time to actually start running around. We achieve responsive controls powered by physics with a few parameters. Max speed, which is the run speed of the character. Acceleration, which is how fast the character can reach max speed. And max acceleration force, which limits the maximum force that can be applied when accelerating. The method works like this. First, we get the input from the joystick and calculate the desired movement direction of the character in the XZ plane adjusted based on the camera angle. We multiply this with max speed to work out the ideal direction and speed right now. Then we have a variable which is our goal velocity. This goal velocity tries to match the calculated right now velocity from this frame by moving it towards this value based on the acceleration parameter. This step makes sure the player never accelerates faster than our acceleration value. Then we calculate the force necessary to change the current velocity of the character to reach this new goal velocity in a single physics update. Essentially, what acceleration would be necessary to go from our current velocity to the goal velocity in a single physics step. Because this could be a large value, we clamp it with max acceleration force, and finally apply that force to the character. Tuning these values have clear outcomes. The main values are max speed and acceleration, with max acceleration force capping any abnormally large forces. This prevents the character from being too strong, while still being able to push other physics objects out of the way in a relationship that's based on their mass. Here you can see that the characters have a nice strength to push cars around, but the speed reduction on the player from the impact makes the cars feel heavy and hard to push. Overall, it's pretty nice, but we've got a problem lurking. When we tune the values to feel great when running from a standstill, the character feels overly sluggish when suddenly changing directions. This is because we just have an acceleration that can work to both speed up and slow down the character. So if you're going one direction and you turn 180, it takes twice as long to slow down and then speed back up in the other direction, as compared to how long it takes to get up to top speed from a standstill. To solve this, we added a factor that can modify both the acceleration and the max acceleration force values based on the difference between the current and the desired movement direction. In practice, we use this to ramp up to 2x acceleration and max acceleration force when turning sharply around, and down to just 1x when generally heading in the same direction. This is the result. The character feels snappier and more responsive without making them too fast to get up to full speed when starting from a standstill. From here, the rest of the character controller is pretty standard. We have an analog jump based on applying downforce after the jump button has been released or the character has reached the peak of their jump. We have coyote time to add some forgiveness and allow jumping for a few moments after leaving an edge. And the opposite of coyote time, jump buffering, which we'll notice if you press the jump button before you land and take that action as soon as you land. Both coyote time and jump buffering essentially make the game more responsive and friendly.
Yeah.
If you press the jump button and you're close enough, the character's going to jump.
You feel me? They going crazy with this controller.
If you're interested, on our website we have a blog with many posts describing technical aspects of the game, including a detailed post about our character animation methods. There's a link in the description if you want to check it out.
This is a fire as this type of stuff is really fire. I don't know. I'm not subscribed to this, but and then they do this too, which is really smart. Like you buy the game from them. So they sell the keys here. Maybe this takes you to Steam. Okay, it takes you to Steam. Um, but yeah, I almost want to buy this game just to try out the character controller. But yeah, they're on fucking Nintendo Switch, PC, and PlayStation 5. How the fuck aren't they on Xbox? But yeah, this is fire. That is really fire. I can't wait to get to that stage, man. We gotta keep working. Okay, so yeah, like I said today, I want to do a couple of tests with just reducing the whatchamacallit, the fucking the friction and all that stuff, and then from there, I'm gonna start implementing the hover based movement. I have some workflow slash code snippets from ChatGPT, and then I'll try to reference that video, see some of the math that they did in there as well. But to start off, I do want to go in and we can actually do this from the editor where we reduce the friction to 0. So I'm almost convinced to get. I don't know. I don't know if I should do it. But in order to get verified now on fucking Instagram, you have to pay for it. Unless I guess if you have like 1 million followers, they give it to you for free. But it seems like they're doing like a little bit of gatekeeping on that, where it's not really. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. You pretty much have to pay $15 a month to verify your account, and that's the minimum fee. I wonder how much like actual people that are, like known people, like even like Side Effects Houdini doesn't even have their account verified. I bet you that's because they don't want to pay fucking $15 a month, and I guess nobody's gonna steal their Instagram identity, but like I'm with them, like paying $15 a month for fucking a blue check mark and to get like further pushed into the algorithm feels kind of trash, you know. I wish it was more of, if you have, like, imagine I have a business account, so if I had my ID, my EIN number, um and maybe like some other documentation to show that I'm a legitimate business, I can get verified, versus paying $15 a month and then just fucking, you know, basically it's pay to win essentially. That's what it feels like. And what's crazy is the traffic that I've been getting on my YouTube without like being verified or paying money for sponsored posts or whatever people are doing to get themselves out there. Um, but I feel like they what's the word I'm looking for? And you know how this is gonna sound stupid, but during the crack epidemic, the way that the crack dealers were able to get customers, they gave the crack away for free, and it got you addicted. And then you were willing to spend whatever money it costs to get the crack. So I think like Instagram did that to my profile. Like my profile got pushed hard in the beginning because they trying to get me addicted to the crack, and then they pulled me back out of the algorithm because my videos start going down. I went from 400 to 30 to 5 to 10 to 2 to 5 to 2, and I'm talking about in thousands. So you start seeing that and you're like, damn, I need to get myself back out there. And then like every time you open up Instagram, they like they like give you a little placard that says, "Hey, verify yourself to get pushed out more to the algorithm." Oh, they'll show like when you open up Instagram, they'll show you your own post and they'll say, "Boost this post to get more reach." And it's like, bro, why do I have to do that? Just let my shit naturally get out there, bro. Like don't be trying to make me buy interaction. Like I don't want that's the thing. I don't want interaction that comes from you know, essentially not bots, but it's not real. It's bought interaction, and it just doesn't feel like natural. It makes it to where it, like I said, it kind of feels like you're buying attention. But you could also look at that as a marketing expense. Like if you pay $15 a month for you know like Twitter verification or Instagram verification, um it's almost like a marketing thing like that's but I looked at some reviews on Reddit and people think that it's cringe, and I kind of agree. I kind of agree that it's cringe because you have to pay for the shit, like, and then like even if I earned it, which is I don't know how possible that is. Like I said, fucking well, this is fire. um Houdini's page fucking has 200,000 followers almost, and they aren't verified. So obviously they don't just give that shit out. Or you have to have like a million or something to get that shit, which is crazy if that's the case. Like I gotta hit a million to get there. Like golly, bro. But in that case, and like with that mindset, it's like okay, let's go get a million. But damn, how do you get a million if they like cock blocking you from the algorithm? And then I see one of my competitors who, you know, they're verified on Instagram, and right now they have like 3x my actual follower count. But my reach is still up there with theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what their like internal numbers are. Like you can't like really see what their internal numbers are. But like if you compare like the reels and the oh, I have my friction set to 0. Son of a bitch. Let's put this on 0 too. Yeah, if you like compare the reels and the I think that's the only the likes on the reels, the comments, the reposts. My reach is up there without paying for whatchamacallit, for but the follower count is like crazy. Like their follower count is like wild. Actually wild. Okay, I didn't see if we like bounced right there. We still do bounce. I think that might be because the grounds restitution is a certain. Let me put this on. Let's put this on 0 and 0 and see what happens. Oh my God. So it's the ground friction is creating the friction for us. Oh my God. We took the fuck off, bro. And that's because God damn, bro. We took off. Okay, so let's put this on like 0.2 maybe, see what happens. Let me go back to this guy because I know yesterday I changed the fucking I went and changed like the acceleration and all that stuff. Might be shared settings. Where are you? Come on. Where's the shared settings at? Oh shit, that's not instance editable. Okay. It's probably edit defaults then. Or is it? Yep, it's edit defaults only. So if we take this shit back, that back, what happens here? We land and like literally a little friction on the ground causes us not to move. Like not even an inch we're moving. Let's put this on 0, see if we take off here. But that's what? This shit don't make no sense. Let's do like something like this. Okay. Fuck. Um So yeah, even with it all, like as soon as it goes to like 0.1, I think this might be in terms of I want to say that the values are in terms of like 1 is actually 10. You know what I mean? And this is actually 0.9 instead of point. So because we go here, that's I think that's how it is, to be honest with you. We still bounce though. That's what's fucking wild. I turned the restitution down, but like this shit is actually wild, bro. Like, and I'm guessing that's why you hover above the ground because of that. Like friction actually like cucks you. Okay, look, we're getting something now. Now I can say, hey, well, we're finna start moving fast as hell. It's not like going up exponentially, but at least I could like trace what it costs to move multiple players on the ground. So that's one thing I wanted to check, like the cost of multiple pawns moving on the ground. So let me set up my trace. GPU. Oh my God. What the fuck? Why is it? What? Okay. What? I don't actually get that. How is it? Why is it when 12 people fucking land, the shit goes out of like crazy? And now they're not now they're not moving. Okay, that's great. Like I said, I'm going to change this. Are they moving? Are they moving? Doesn't look like it. They're not moving. I'm going to change this, but I do want to do a trace to see how expensive it is to make things move. So I had this on 2.5 and they just shot off. I put it on 3, they don't move. Like physics is crazy, bro. Let's do right in between. If you, oh my God. So look, I put this on 3, they don't fucking move. They do. Okay, it's not consistent. I think I had it on 5 and they didn't move. Here, I'm just gonna go up like this until I can get them to stop moving, I guess. All right, let's go back to 5, see what happens here. Okay, they bounced this time, which is weird. They need to stop bouncing. There's no restitution. There's no restitution. How are we bouncing? And now we don't move because of what? Like if we don't do that bounce, it bothers the fuck out of me. Where's my shape options? So yeah, no restitution, no friction on these guys. Okay, shape options can be edited. It's weird, bro. See if mass plays a part. Oh my God. What the fuck just happened? Oh my God. He like shat like farted on one of those dudes basically. Oh my God, dude. And like he actually okay, you know one thing I am gonna do though? I just want to get the I don't know why they're not moving when I change the friction. You would think that, you know, some friction would cause them to move at a certain speed, but it's not like that. Like here, let's turn this off and let me see. Will I go through this if I turn off collisions? Yeah. Literally, bro. They go down to 0.4 and they shoot off. No, they bounce. I don't know how that's happening, bro. Like I said, I'm just trying to do a trace here where the pawn moves, and that, like, what sense does that make, bro? That makes no sense. They fucking bounced again. No restitution, nothing. They bounce. 3-9. Fuck it. We're gonna go. What the fuck? Okay, let's turn this down to 1,000 or something, because I think these values get multiplied by 100 or something. See, now they're not moving any fucking where. So let's turn this down to 80 maybe. I'm just tweaking things to try to get these guys to move. And they fucking bounce, man. Like, why do they bounce? There's no restitution, they still bounce, which is really bothersome. And now they're stuck in falling mode. So like they're stuck in falling mode. We're we're in walking mode. We're just not going anywhere. So we're in walking mode, but we're not contacting the floor or what? The floor is walkable. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, there was something. Okay, let me add this change real quick that Ryder was talking about yesterday. I had to do a code review. It was saying something about my something that I have a variable that's being used but it's not being applied, and that's causing us not to move. Yeah, let's plug this in real quick in the if use propose move. It does this. So it was telling me something about my velocity wasn't the target location wasn't actually being used. We were doing something where we were putting a velocity into the target location. But since I'm not doing what Epic does, where they give the constraint a target point, it wasn't doing anything. So I doubt that makes a immediate change. I mean, we're schmoving now. Let's put this back on 5. See what happens. See if we bounce again. Whatever. We take off like a madman. Okay, so let's put this back down to 1,000. I'm gonna just reduce these numbers here. God damn it. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, so maybe it's more accurate now because we're moving every time now. We're not getting stuck. So I'm gonna put this on 1 and see what happens. Okay, now we're not moving at all. damn it. What the fuck? Why is it go so crazy? We should be clamping the value. I don't think we clamp though. Okay, so clamping does play a factor here. Okay, that felt a little slower. I'm just going down by 10, see which one feels natural. Oh, come on. Come on. You wanted to move there. We're still in walking mode? No, we're in falling mode now. So this is that issue where we get stuck in a mode that I found yesterday. So we don't have a walkable floor somehow. And I want to say that's because the contacts are fucked up. So yeah, we don't have any contacts here. And I wonder if that's because our gatherer is not collecting. So we got 12. That means that's all 12 of our shit's hitting. Okay, we're failing here. Okay, this function, if there's only a central point, or if there's only a single point, we don't need to try to find the centroid. So we only want to do this check. This way we always get a singular, like if there is only one point, that is our centroid point. I would argue to say that AI will never take over humans because humans will still have to debug the code. So I don't know how the fuck we're jumping there. But let's see what mode we're in. Are we in oh, let's just step through this, see what happens here. Okay, we still need to go through. Well, we still need to go through these here. Okay, so this is still doing something wrong because it's still using. Hold on. This should be easy though. So basically, we want to do all this code here in this guy. Else, what we want to do is take less than 0 equals penetrating. Is that true? This also needs to be converted, I would say. Oh no, bullet units, okay. I guess we still need to go through this. My thing is though, if we are getting a contact point, hold on. So let me redo this here. We might need to redo the entire logic here. Because I don't think distance being less than 0 means that we're penetrating. And does that even matter? We're literally just trying to get the centroid points. I want to step through this. What the fuck just happened? We got one contact. So this is the midpoint between contact position A and B. Gives a stable patch representative point. So the normal orbit points to the points from B towards A into body 0 for body 0 to body 1 ordering. Then we increment the count. Okay, returning true for that. If you still want to gate reporting by impulse, for resting spam suppression, it is better not to gate by impulse, but we keep the knobs, only apply impulse gate when report all contacts is false. Okay, so this is null. Then we create a hit event. This happens. We're in walking mode. Floor result is valid. So the ground body is not a rigid body. It's not. So this is part of our problem because we're getting the ground as a rigid body. It's a ground particle. If this should not be a dynamic body, so that's part of the problem. We're saying if this is a dynamic body, that this is why we're getting shot up, because we're taking the body and acting like it has a spring underneath it, but it doesn't. So we need to know if the body is a dynamic body, which you do this. That's why we're getting like this weird shooting thing going on. And I know all this is going to change, but I still want to like have a better understanding of this. So basically, if there's gravity, the absolute of that, and we want to know if the ground body dot get collision flags. Hold on. Get. I think it's flags. Hold on. Rigid body flags. I don't think that this is the enable gyroscopic force implicit body. Disable world gravity. There's another flag. I think it might be the collision flags then. Damn 40. Meet me at the door. While I leave you alone. To come pick up your clothes. So, we want to know this and this. Ooh. I think this is equal to 0, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how you do this. If you want to know if a flag doesn't exist, hold on. I gotta do my research again on bit flag, on bit packing or whatever it's called. I think this is proper. So yeah, what we could say is if this is a CF dynamic object equal to 1. I want to say that that's wrong. Hold on. Let's do a better Google search here. I think that that's wrong. I guess that is true. You could say it has a motion state, but it shouldn't, because that object does not have a motion state if it's static. Hey, what? This has a motion state? Okay, show me the fucking what is this? This is no way that this could be my ground, right? It has an optional motion state. How? How? Ground particle. Hold on. What is the hit object? Hit object is the floor. The hit component is the capsule. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense. Go back to this floor result, and that's why we are getting a fucking first off that well, we're moving at a decent speed, but one thing that's a problem is that this will return here, which is a problem. Um, so the ground body should never. Hold on, let me go here. Mm, mm, mm. I know it's getting good out. Tell me that it's not frozen. So come pick up your clothes. So a collision object doesn't have gravity. Hmm. If our ground body is not dynamic, it'll never have gravity. Okay, first let me fix this though. This floor. Um, meet me at the door while it's open. Frozen. I think this is a vector, so I'm gonna just do a static vector here real quick. So 0, 0, 980. Oh, because this is supposed to be bullet, son of a bitch. Here, let's do this for now. We'll just use this number right here for now. I need this to compile so I can check something real quick. We need to check what's happening inside of this fucking floor function. Or like, where's this at? I just had it. It was just up somewhere. This right here. This construct hit result is doing something wrong. So the hit component is self when it should be the technically the hit component is the I don't know if I think that's right though. The hit component is you. The other the hit object handle is the other. But that's actually wrong though. When you think about that. Yeah, let's see where that's getting called from. So this gets called from broadcast this guy. say a self, usually the hit result returns what you hit. If you're doing the hit result should return the things that you hit, not you as the hit component. The fuck? Because we are doing the hitting. Self is doing the hitting. So this should not use the self. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, this would say other owner impact point. And then that should make us, we should stop going into yeah, we shouldn't get here because our ground body wouldn't be fucking whatchamacallit, valid. Uh-oh. Ground body is not valid. Yeah, so that's fine. Our gravity shouldn't come from the ground anyways. I don't know why Epic's version is doing that. Physics or chaos walking mode. Like if you look at Epic's version of this, they're using the ground particle to determine gravity. But actually, I might be wrong here. So this is the gravity of the object. And then coming down here, ground normal dot, and then the gravity. Okay, so yeah, I'm wrong. That was me. We actually need to get the rigid body for ourselves. Wait, why is the mover component not something that's already declared up here? And I don't have my fucking... Okay. I'm an idiot, I guess. And all I can think about is since I see you last. I know you didn't have to walk away. All I had to do was ask for space. Okay, we're going to uncomment this. Pass in that. And comment. Oops. What happened there? Uncomment. All right, cool. I'm doing all this literally so that I could do a perf test. All this code is probably going to get removed, potentially removed. Don't know how much will actually stay around. Okay. So we are moving somewhat reliably now. Let's just change the speed. I think we got to start scaling the speed to something that makes sense for fucking bullet. Okay, that acceleration is important. Hey, we just got fucking stuck. Then 40. We're fucking falling, I bet. We're not getting this. I don't think we're in walking mode either. Again, I don't get how we're falling and then losing the contact of the floor. But it's because once we hit the floor the second time, we don't penetrate it. Which is really odd. So if you look here, we penetrate the floor. Okay, we actually start moving that time. This shit's not deterministic, bro. That's pissing me off. It's like random. Like right there. Why didn't we start moving the same? I bet you it's the physics step. Here, let's try. I'm gonna just try this for now. Nope, we still get that same bobble. It's pissing me off, bro. I do know what it is. It's literally the fucking gatherer. This gatherer when we do here, this build centroid signature, if we don't I'm gonna bypass this real quick just to see what happens. Because the fact that we're not penetrating is killing us. Like, not every collision is going to be a penetrating collision. Sometimes we're just going to be having a contact that is like just a contact. We move and then we get stuck in fucking falling mode, which is odd. Okay. All right. Again, let me reduce the speed here. I know we got something going, but I want them to walk on the ground for a long time so I can see what the perf looks like. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. I reduced the speed by 10 and we don't move. You would think that we would move at half the speed that we were just moving at, but no, that's not what happens. All right. Let's go ahead and just get a perf test real quick so I can focus on implementing this other stuff. Meet me at the door. So this has got to be when we're like moving on the ground, walking. Game thread taking 16 milliseconds. So yeah, this is definitely us in walking mode. It's a little bit heavier because we have produce input taking 24 microseconds. For about 1 millisecond. It's still pretty good for 12. It's not the best, but contact gather. Oof. Okay. So this takes 32 microseconds. There's something else happening here that's taking quite a bit of time. Because these don't add up to fucking. That doesn't add up to 80. Those 12 calls. 12 update components to world. Let's calculate skeletal mesh bound. I'm guessing that's this guy. That's literally nothing. But this update component to world is killing me with 400 nanoseconds. It's not that big. Like when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big. What is this? Why are we paying for fucking independent tick? We shouldn't even have like anything in the array for this. I don't know how those are there. But yeah, this is definitely like us walking on the ground. It's not too bad. I mean, like I said, my game will never have more than 10 players moving at a time. And they not all of them will be literally pathing on the ground for the entire frame. So the frames would be essentially cheaper than this. We know that the actual logic to move takes less than a millisecond. Takes less than a millisecond. We pay almost a tenth of a millisecond for a fucking finalized frame, which I don't know what it's doing other than this that's costing that much. Here, let's put a got an hour and 13 minutes in. I should be able to get everything done today. I hope. At least try to get all the code written. I don't even see a trace thing in here. Trace. This is not good. Yeah, this is not good. I doubt that that's getting called though. I'm pretty sure this is getting called, and then this is getting called sometimes. We can take a double check, see what all that stuff is about. Meet me at the door. I don't think that I'm going to be able to get the physics ready for the game in by the end of today. I'm probably gonna have to spend the rest of the month doing this, to be honest, just because of all of the tweaking and testing that needs to be done, and then some solutions might not work like how they are expected to out of the box. So it'll just be smarter for me to come on. What are we doing? How are we not moving there? Jesus Christ, man. Okay, come on. Like randomly when I'm doing this, the shit doesn't want to move. Thank you. Fucking Christ, man. You're supposed to be deterministic. And we should have more instrumentation to see what is exactly happening in this finalized frame. Okay, so yeah, we're paying per component. There's still more stuff that's happening here, but this is almost 100. Well, this goes up because we added more traces to it. It goes up by nanoseconds, a few microseconds or nanoseconds. I think it goes up. There's still like a bunch of space right here, so something's happening right here. And then somehow we got up to 2.5. Holy shit. What's this? The set world transform taking that long? God damn. It took that long on one of these. How often is that happening now? $32 microseconds. That other one was like 100. Where's that one at? Yeah, 138 microseconds to update this bullet capsule. And there's probably some work being done in the bullet capsule that we don't know about. Update component to world. Bullet capsule. So something in the update component to world function is taking like a little bit of time. This is overridable. So this calls update component to world with parent, which this is not overridable, but you call it on the parent. But there is no parent. So that gets skipped. Then we call calculate new component to world. It says if we have a parent. Yeah, so if there's no attached parent, we just return the relative transform. Why the fuck is this taking so long? We propagate here based on more than just the transform changing, as other components may depend on the teleport flag to detect transforms out of the component direct hierarchy, such as the actor transform. So if we have changed or if teleport is not equal to none, we propagate. And then if we're using this, we got the scope movement update. This not equal to none. We said that this guy has teleported. So would it be, hold on, motion, bullet, motion state. our teleport is equal to none here. But yeah, this is mostly not doing nothing but just setting a transform. This is probably happening though. So we're not deferring updates, which means that we're going to the other path, which is this, which updates the bounds. If we're registered, we call on update transform. And then we call transform updated.broadcast. And then we mark the render transform dirty. We go through all the attached children and we update the child transforms. Okay. Yeah, it looks like a lot of work is being done, but holy shit. Like, it seems like there's other stuff in here that's happening too. I think it has to do with the, moving what's the word I'm looking for? Moving the skeletal mesh component. This one doesn't even have anything. Like, whatever this is, I don't know what that is. So it's kind of odd that it's taking that long. I'm expecting this type of timing right here. And this, like I said, this boosted up a lot because, 24 microseconds is basically, this is a quarter of the wait, hold on. Actually, no, not really. So 24, we'll call this 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. So yeah, that's not too much of what this is. It's, it's 80 of the 999, but most of it comes from this 272 and this guy, which is actually kind of, what are we doing here? Updated motion state set turns. Okay, yeah, that's right. So this is actually kind of big for what it's doing. It's literally just it's like just writing data down. Only thing I can think is that we might be running into like a cache miss, but realistically, this should be really small. 73 microseconds just to cache some data. It's 300 nanoseconds for that, and then this takes 4 microseconds to actually write the data. I guess it's because we have to find where this is at in memory and then replace it, or maybe we're copying. Like, when you start looking at performance, bro, it does take you down a rabbit hole. Set transforms in world space. Yeah, I think the reason why this is so costly is because we're copying all this data. So we have to allocate memory for all of these, and then we finally set these. But if we just had the reference to that probably wouldn't work. But yeah, these should be const references though. They shouldn't be copies like this. We might see the speed of that increase if we don't have to fucking copy the data in. But yeah, this shouldn't take fucking 4 microseconds. Like that's like absurd. You gotta think this is almost 10% of the entire frame. If you're doing the math like I'm doing it in my head, this is 10%. This should take the longest because it's literally where all the work is being done. I don't know why one of these costs fucking 30 microseconds while the other one costs 6. Um, maybe it gets cheaper as you start stacking it up. I don't know why this one takes 30 and these take 6. You would expect these to take all of the same times. This takes 13. This takes 2. This takes 4.7. And since this is a blueprint thing, it does take a little bit longer because we have to dive into an interface, and then that interface is implemented in blueprints. But you know that's just for now type of thing. I don't even know why this is BP overlap only. Post physics step. I think we do. We're bound to a delegate here, I think. This gather is taking 30 microseconds, which is, I want to say, that that's a lot, but I don't really think so. It does have to iterate over all of the, it's, it's iterating over all of the um, contact points, which technically um, the more pawns that are in the world, the heavier this function will get. But yeah, finalized frame taking 93. That's another tenth of this. Well, it's the 0.1 of this frame. I think that's okay. Set relative transform. Hey, this is not supposed to be getting called, especially if this is getting called over here. Let me make sure the order of operations is good on that. So yeah, we set the world transform on this guy. Then we do this here. And somehow we're calling this. I almost feel like we can get rid of this call altogether. And just let the motion state update it. And then let finalize smoothing, which is not here. It's not that heavy, but I mean, when you're paying a cost for something that shouldn't be there, like I'm paying for this right here. I know it's fast, but I'm still paying for it. Sick. Like this is like what? 1, 2, 3. Like let's see, call it 6, 7. I'm gonna just up 4, 6, 8, 12, 10. I'm sorry, I can't count. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, which is a little bit more than 26. But so basically, this is like 26 microseconds, and I don't need to pay that cost at all. Like technically, if I move the component here, which I think, yeah, it happens here because we get the primary. We're already paying 1.6 to get the visual root component and moving it there. I shouldn't have to pay for this, to be honest with you. I think without that being there, we would still get the same effect that we're looking for. Bro, why? Why on the first time it doesn't move? That's like gotta be like something to just annoy me. If you move on the second time, I know something's like weirdly happening there. Oh my. 2.2 milliseconds. Holy shit. Holy fuck. This took 289. That is 100% a cache. That is a cache miss, bruh. 100% a cache miss. You know what? I'm literally not going to do that because if we store this pointer in memory with this motion state, we should never get the cache miss like that. Like if we store this component like we stored this one, because that is 100% a cache miss. That's why that should take so long. We literally had to go into slow memory to get this, and it took forever. This one didn't. I don't know how. This one didn't. This one did. And then, I mean, this one was blazing fast. It's only a few of these. Oh no, this is like, why are these taking so long? That is fucking wild. That is definitely a cache miss though, for sure. Holy fuck. Oh, let me stop this. Because now when we get down here, we can just check for the visual component. Now we can take the timings with a grain of salt because, like I said, this adds a few microseconds. Like each one of these adds up to 5 microseconds, so it could just make it could bloat the insights. But knowing that, you can just do the math. I can only do this once. Okay. Go down. Oh. Hold on, I gotta handle my life. Oops. 1 second. I got a fucking whatchamacallit. Okay, I think that's fine. Alrighty. Hopefully, I don't run into this stupid shit where the first time it doesn't work. There we go. Ah, come back here, you sons of bitches. Damn. I feel like it is important to like performance trace at every step of the way. That way you know when shit starts going bad. What happened here? The hell happened right there? Garbage collection? No, in map play. Yeah, so definitely garbage collection. Okay. So yeah, 1.2. Not so many cache misses though. So we didn't get a cache miss here. That's actually not bad. 1.2 total. Wait, how's this 1.2 and this is 1.2 as well? Well, oh yeah, total is 1.3. Okay, so yeah, this is still taking up basically, 100. This is, oh shit, we got fixed smoothing in here now. I didn't see that. We got this. This should not be okay. Why is this doing anything? Well, technically, yeah, it is doing stuff. I just don't know what it's doing. We know that this is just updating the component to the world. I don't know how this is getting called. It's getting called for the skeletal mesh. I feel like this is getting called weirdly because it should get called here and that's it. We should only call this once. Us calling this again here is like a problem. So like finalize frame calling update component to world. I don't know how it's doing that. It's got to be from here. That's like the only way that gets called. But it's not getting called. Oh, oh shit. Wait, no. I should never get in here, to be honest with you. There shouldn't be any interpolated proxies because we're in single player mode. Will we ever need to do this? I guess it's good to have it there, but when you think about it, this should never be true. Like it should never be true. Yeah, in my mind, this check should never be true. But we still pay for it in terms of like the finalized frame cost. We still pay for that check, I guess. God damn, it feels like they eject off of that bitch different every time. So there is something that I'm doing wrong, but it'll show up. It should only show up in multiplayer. And this is something that they talked about in the Rocket League talk, where they did the quantization first and then they did the calculations. So yeah, this is more what I'm expecting. Like, I know we're still paying 74 for this, but this is more of the frame times that I'm expecting. Even if we're moving on the ground, this is what I'm expecting. It shouldn't take that long to move us because we should be moving once, and then the rest of the work is just essentially updating. Damn, that's a fucking cheap ass frame. We must be falling right here. It's just finalized frame being called right there. Again, I don't know how this is happening. Where we just, you know what I'm saying, we don't call shit else but finalized frame. I'm fine with it happening, but I feel like that's a bug. It's happening quite often. But yeah, this is looking more like what I would want here. Like this is all frames where I'm moving on the ground, by the way. That's why it's higher than this, because this is like the fallen mode is literally the cheapest mode. You don't have to do any guesswork. And another reason why I'm doing this trace right now is because when we start doing the hovered, uh, essentially the hovered capsule, this should increase in cost. Essentially, it should increase in cost. Unfortunately, we know that these are taking up 100. Just this generate move from mode is taking up 100 microseconds. So that's a tenth of this cost. That'll go up. We know this ultimately is somewhere around a tenth of the cost. This should stay, where it's at. But in like production, this cost will not exist. This will go up, I believe. No, this will stay the same. The good thing about this is that this will stay consistent because we use the same overlap filter. 100 nanoseconds for an overlap filter. The fuck? I mean, that's nothing. But why are we paying for that? Collision dispatcher needs collision. That's just a check. Okay. So those checks take quite 100 nanoseconds for the check. I feel like it should take picoseconds for the check, but I guess maybe some stuff is not in memory, whatever. But yeah, this should stay consistent throughout because it's essentially bullets should have like a fixed cost. And that's what I would say the good news is that we know that pretty much no matter what, unless we add more units, this value for the 229 should stay around there. It should stay in between 200 and 300 microseconds. Same thing with this. This will only increase as you add more units because this should be, in my mind, this still takes a long time. This is still taking 4.3 microseconds, and literally all we're doing is setting the values of a structure. Like that's kind of crazy that takes that long to just set a value. But I understand. What's good, Squirrel? I understand that it has to look up the structure in memory and then update the value, and it still has to copy the value into the struct. So it has to do a copy and a move essentially. Where's that at? That's in our. That's actually in here. But yeah, essentially this function. Where is it at? This function has to copy, because if you look at this, this equal operators, this operator basically copies this into this. So there's probably no avoiding that. And I'm expecting the cost to go up in multiplayer because we'll have to do a net serialized doing copies. We'll have to do with net broadcast time. All that shit is going to make the cost go up. And that's why I'm so focused on getting it so slim right now, because I know that if it's bloated now, it's going to be worse when you start doing things in multiplayer. So I said 12 units, a millisecond, like around a millisecond of of thread time is pretty good. I do think it could be better. I just don't know what I could squeeze. Like I'm trying to figure out what I could squeeze to get this down. I know I can't change this. This is literally a fixed cost. I mean, we can try to do something in this update component to world function to try to reduce the load of what happens here. But for the most part, like once it gets going, it's pretty fast. It's a couple of microseconds. These take, a few microseconds. There's, like I said, there's some other stuff that's happening in this step physics function. It's mostly after the gather. There's probably like and then so yeah, this is the gatherer, and then I'm pretty sure this takes some time to broadcast these hits, and of course we have to mirror all of this stuff and broadcast the mirrored hit. It's kind of ass, but hold on, wait. So self component is other component, self component, impact normal here. Okay, yeah. So essentially, this function probably has like a cost to it as well. I think I got a trace profile event in the gatherer here. So yeah, we know that gathering these fucking things costs quite a bit. You know what I mean? But what I'm gonna do is just put one of these in every function, so we going forward we know how much everything is costing really. And again, like I said, these event scope things, they add like 5 microseconds a piece, or up to 5 microseconds a piece. It could be less than that though. But this is what you should use when you want to see exactly what's taking what time, what function is heavy, what function should be reduced. hands are getting cold. But yeah, man. This is a pretty good point to start working on that hover. I got 4 more minutes before I got like 2 hours in, so I'll do a couple more traces just to get like a full baseline with all the information. And I know that this first one is gonna glitch out for some reason. Oh, it didn't. Okay. So weird. High rendering frame. What's up? Game thread idle time. Some widgets for Slate. So we got 1.1. You can see this goes up because I start adding more stuff here. So we should be able to see what's going on in this gatherer. Here we go. We got this broadcast. Broadcast hit is each broadcast is fucking taking 2.6 microseconds. And then that's pretty cheap. The build Centroid is taking 300. Meaningful change is 600 nanoseconds. Holy shit, that's a. You would think that would be like a little bit cheaper than that. This is whoa. Why? Overlap only. I must have an event bound. Is that because of this? Or is that because of this? It is right here. So me binding to that event fucking adds. Me just binding to that event adds 8 microseconds. Holy shit. Blueprint is ass. People saying blueprints is just as fast as C++ now. Hell no. On my mama, hell no. the fuck? Just adding a binding. Like I didn't the code the fucking function is not even doing anything. Just the binding existing adds 10 microseconds. Think if you're looking at a frame that takes 1 millisecond, like imagine this being 1 millisecond. 10 microseconds doesn't feel like a lot because it's like this chunk right here. And I should probably make this a different color. But 10 microseconds is probably like this, right? That doesn't feel like a lot. But when you got things that are automatically taking up 200, you got something that's automatically taking up 200. Let me get a brush here. Put the fucking size up a little bit. You got something that's automatically taking up 200. So if we got bullet physics taking up 200, which is about that, it's almost a quarter of this. This starts to affect you, especially if, you got more actors. This is just one actor. You know what I'm saying? So imagine I had 30 overlaps in my level. That's 30. That takes that 10 to 300. It becomes bigger than this. And that's crazy. It becomes more expensive than just the movement alone for just binding to the event in Blueprint. Holy fuck, man. Not even running logic. This is not even counting like you binding to the event and then iterating off of the event. That's just simply saying, hey, I want to subscribe to this event from Blueprints. Okay, gonna cost you 10 microseconds. I actually went into a discussion about Blueprint performance with Koniko, and we didn't end up agreeing on it. He doesn't get it. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he does this though. there's not a lot of people who do this. What I'm doing right now, this insights. They don't use insights. They don't actually know that something is taking a long. Like I just said it. This doesn't seem like it's a long time. Like 10 microseconds doesn't seem like it's a long time. But in the grand scheme of things, this is one fucking. This is a single actor in the world bound to this overlap event or bound to the post physics step event. That's just one. So you'll have a game where you might have 30 actors that are bound to an event, and those 30 actors are literally taking up more time than my entire movement, the entirety of my logic to move all my actors in the world, all my like dynamic actors in the world. So yeah, that shit is expensive, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Okay, this function went down to 2.8. I don't know how. 2.7. But yeah, like you would think stuff like this is in C++, this broadcast hit, and that's taking that long because we are broadcasting a fucking multicast delegate inside of here. We go into here and we broadcast this. But realistically, what should happen is we should only broadcast this if it's bound. We shouldn't just broadcast it anyways. So we could say if, and this is the stuff that people aren't doing in their games. Um, mm, so when is this called? This is probably bound to something. I think is actor valid to notify. What? This is an internal function. Oh, that's extern. Is it public? It's not static. How do I call this? How do you call this function from the extern? What does this return? Is valid. Okay. So is after internal dispatch blocking hits. Dispatch blocking hits. Owner. God damn it. It just goes up more and more. So primitive component dispatch block and hit is used in And if you're doing blueprint programming, there's no way you're doing what I'm doing right now. So your game will be, move component implementation. Oh, I think this already happens then. So here, this gets called if B block and hit. Um, hmm. Technically, yeah. This should get called. There's nothing like stopping this. Allow hit dispatch. Okay, what is that? Um, disable move flags and move component disable block and overlaps dispatch. How does this get set? How does this flag get set? There's got to be something that sets this flag, yeah? Move component flags. So yeah, something has to do something to these. Hold on, I'm trying to track this down. Um, what sets you? What sets your flags? Oh shit. Almost fucked up. So nothing caused that? Hmm. So how do those flags get set? I guess we can still check for it. We can do the same thing here. This right here for this component. Don't tell me I'll be on your way. Yeah, we know that this component's move flags exist somewhere. So self get no. 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 Come on. Don't do that to me. That's not accessible. Don't you do this to me, Epic. You can't do me like this. Oh shit. Did you know that this exists? Get reversed hit. Damn. Where did I see that damn flag at, man? Here, let's look for it again. How am I able to access this flag? How are we accessing it here? Huh. Okay, those are just me setting the flags. Fucking Christ, man. Where did I see this at? Right here. So how do we access these move flags here? They get passed into the fucking function. Are you kidding me? Okay. So then in this case, the only way to really know this is if we were to get like the user data somehow in this. So I'll let this go every time, because there's no way to find this setting anywhere unless we create the setting ourselves. I mean, technically we could just do it based on this, like, but that would be kind of ass, because you might want to bypass this function and then just use this function. But who knows? This doesn't seem too bad. But it should reduce the cost of this. Yeah, it should reduce the cost of that. The thing about optimization, I actually have a deep love for optimizing stuff. Like, I won't type it out optimized, but I definitely like going back and seeing what's hot in the insights and saying, oh, that's why that's hot, and tuning it, making it, reducing the cost. Makes me feel good. It's like small wins, you know? Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think I'll be able to get the movement done today, like completely, because there's actually a big overhaul that needs to happen for that hovering capsule movement style. But I think that's the recommended way of doing everything. I love optimization. Ever since I was writing my first program, I wanted it to go faster. Yeah, that's what it is. I want things to go faster. I want it to be as optimized as possible without losing any, technical solutions or anything like that. Without losing anything. Look at those boys go. But yeah, let's see if we reduce the cost of that gather function. Looks like we did. No, that's not it. Here it is. Okay. So yeah, now this is 1 microsecond. It used to be 2 or 3, whatever it was before. 1.9, 1, 500 nanoseconds, 500. So it gets smaller. I don't know why the first one is so huge. Cache hits this frame is 700 nanoseconds just to fucking reset a to set a value to copy a value into a struct and reset a struct, that shit is 700 nanoseconds. Holy hell. But yeah, this is still 30 microseconds. I don't know what I could do to reduce the cost of this. It's not too bad, like I said. The fixed cost of this could be minimized. We know that now. If we do less work, like if we do less work in this step physics function, ultimately we will be. And I feel like what we could do is eventually, eventually, we'll get to the point where like a player would be hitting a wall like this, and they get to the wall, and technically, if they're trying to go back into this wall, there's no reason to. If I could put it like this, if they're trying to use the same velocity, the same um, rotation, there's no reason to even try to set the component, to change the component's state. But I don't think that that's possible. But that could be like a potential uh, cut down of this function. So like if you're in the same spot, we don't call this. Like if your spot hasn't changed, and the way that I could test this is we know like from hold on, let me see here. So yeah, we can go even further here. We can say if updated dot component gets and if we grab the transform, yeah. So basically, if this hasn't changed, we don't call this because there's no reason to set the transform. It's the same. And then the way that I can test that actually makes a difference is I can do 6 of these guys. Let's just do these back 6. Well, we got to do it one by one. But these back 6, they won't actually have a walking mode. So once they hit the ground, they shouldn't need to be updated anymore. Or no, that's probably not the best way to do that, because technically you'll still be applying like falling velocity, and that could be a problem. Hold on. Okay. So instead, what I could do, I could just remove the movement modes altogether, but I don't know if that's the right way to do that though. Let me think. What is the way? Oh, we could turn this off. So if true, any actor component implementing mover input producer on this component owner will be able to produce input commands. So we could turn this off, and maybe it won't have an input. But I don't know. I don't know if that actually filters out bullet mover. So yeah, that boolean doesn't actually even be checked. So gather input from all input producer components. What the fuck? Why is that boolean not checked? Shit ain't even used. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of tests here. So if this is not true and this input producer component is not equal to our owner, continue, and then I'm just gonna have another boolean that just completely ignores yeah, I want to see what that is. Because if we don't call the code, there's no reason to pay the cost for it. You know what I'm saying? If we don't call update or set world transform, there's no reason to pay the cost to set the world transform. And if our player is not moving, they're AFK, we shouldn't have to pay the cost to set their world transform anyways. It's like delta serialization, except with the CPU. Close these. I'm trying to get one slim one, bruh. Just one slim one so I know, okay, I slimmed this bitch down as much as I could. And when we start bringing in the hover, and I see it get fat, I won't be so sad. Because it's going to get fat. Oh shit. I didn't. My dumb ass. I gotta. I gotta turn the shit on. So once they hit the ground, they shouldn't change their position essentially. Okay. Trace. Boom. Okay. Get out of there. The hell is this? Mostly slate. Mm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're still calling this. Maybe that's when we're falling though. That's potentially when we're falling. Let's see if it ever like goes away. Holy shit, 1.7. Oh god, stat message log. That's probably from fucking. That's probably from right here. So we end up paying for this because there's no inputs. Here, let me go. You pay something, huh? I'm paying for the message log instead of the fucking. We got 6 of these because 6 of these guys. But if you look at it, we only called this 6 times. So this is what we see that it's effective. You see, we get the update motion state. It only takes 700 nanoseconds versus 2.4 microseconds. This first one always takes forever though. I think this first one always takes forever because it has to allocate the memory for these 12 calls, I think. Scene component update overlaps. What the fuck? Update overlaps. Update physics volume. What the fuck is that? Use scene component update overlaps. Why? Why the fuck am I paying for overlaps? Generate overlap events should be turned off. There should be no overlaps here at all. And then this should be set to no collision. This should be set to no collision once we press play here. So yeah, no collision. No overlap events. Why the fuck are we updating overlap events? Huh. I don't know what that's about. Maybe this is when we actually go through the overlap actor, but scene component update overlaps. Now I'm going down a rabbit hole. Queries world and Updates overlap tracking. This should not be here, bro. Got to, what's up, man? I'm doing pretty good today. How about yourself? Real component update overlaps. When the actor updates overlaps, find usages. So update initial overlaps, and then if the actor is generating overlap events during level streaming, else update overlaps is true. What the fuck is this? Level streaming? What? What? For the actor? Okay. That's weird. Okay, let's go to this guy. And you have to turn off overlaps for the actor. Else, you'll still generate overlaps. The fuck? Why am I paying for that? I'm paying for this. No, I'm paying for this, bruh. 1.5 microseconds, 2.7 in total. It doesn't cost much here once you already start doing it, 300 nanoseconds, but it's a cost that I'm paying for that I shouldn't be. We're not doing any overlaps in Unreal unless, and I could turn, we can turn this off inside of code. So go to the physics world subsystem where we are. Let's go to register bullet body here. And if we're not generating overlap events in chaos, we need to go P get owner. What's this other thing called? Overlap method during level streaming. You can't fucking change that. Update overlaps method. I guess if this is false, you don't have to worry about this. Should be set to off by default, but Epic does not do that for you. Edit anywhere, but it's protected. You can get it, but you can't set it. So I think as long as you set the overlaps, as long as you set this to false, it'll be ignored. I think. I would hope so. Well, yeah, we can set this to false in here. Is there anything like that for fucking hits? Generate hits level streaming? Jesus Christ, man. What are we doing? Why do I have to come behind you, Epic? Huh? Huh? We can change this in the config. Okay. So we shouldn't have that anymore. And this is why you look at insights, because I wouldn't have seen that. I thought that this was just something natural happening, but it's not. Hopefully you are hopefully you are talking notes of what you change in the source build. Oh no, I'm not changing the source build. This is these are like variables that you can change. I'm just changing the defaults. Uh, and the reason I'm being so like hard on it is because this stuff does not need to exist. This stuff doesn't need to be turned on at all. So there's no reason um to take note of it, because if you're using this plugin, like if someone is using this plugin and they don't have this boolean checked, I want to make sure that anything that generates an overlap in default Unreal gets turned off. As long as it's a public setting, I don't have to change the source code. Like I've gotten to the point where I wish I could destroy the Unreal physics body altogether. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't want to generate events or I'm sorry, this should be down here. Yeah, if you don't want to generate collision events or overlap events and chaos at all, like if both of these are true, I would want to destroy the physics body to reduce memory first off, and to like completely remove any opportunity for Unreal's physics to kind of bump heads with Bullet. And I might actually put a to do here. Yeah, because this would pretty much make it so I don't have to do any of this shit. But sometimes you might want to trigger something to happen, like there could be an edge case where you want these to be turned off by default, and then you manually turn them on. Like let's say you have like a melee attack, and you didn't want Bullet to handle like the visual stuff. You just wanted to do that on the client side. You might want to turn on Unreal overlaps so that you can subscribe to the Unreal overlap and run your visual effects based on the overlaps of that Unreal overlap. But when you think about that, that wouldn't technically work, because you would also have to turn on the overlaps for every other thing in the scene that could potentially be overlapped with. So I think destroying the physics body is actually a good path, like a path that could be really cool. I need it to like I said, I wish I could just destroy it before it even gets created, but I need it to actually create the bodies that are in whatchamacallit. Oh, I forgot one thing too. So that we don't get this fucking stupid ass whatchamacallit. So yeah, this will have a problem, but let's go ahead and add an empty here. Let me think here. I would want to add an empty. Just an empty version of this. And then that should get rid of that error message that's triggering us to fucking like logging. Like look how heavy logging is, bruh. Where is this at? It literally a UE log. A UE log takes 140 microseconds. You want to see what the log says? Oh, I don't have it. The log says something like, "Hey, this movement mode requires um this movement mode requires default inputs." And that's what the log says. That shit takes 140 microseconds just to tell you that, something is going wrong. So a lot of this like empty space might be logs too, like that don't have like a I would expect that, some logs have, like all logs have this, but there is a slight chance that there's some like debug shit happening that's costing that space, but it doesn't have like a named event attached to it, so we can't see what it is. I should have pressed play before because this might glitch out. Oh no, my boys are just stuck there. Fuck. Stop moving. Okay, they should be good now. $2.4 GB. Holy hell. What is this frame? Garbage collection? Slate. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is what actually happened. So, with us only doing, we still have to generate the moves and shit, but with us only updating 6 out of the 12, this goes down to 201. It was around 260, 270, 220. So you do save on some work here. We're still calling this somehow. Let's see if we're still calling that fucking update overlap crap. We're not. What's this? Or we are, but it's not doing any work, so that's good. This one is. Why is this fucking so huge? Yeah, this is gonna piss me off. This needs to be turned off. Or it is, and maybe it's not. No, we're still paying for this. How the fuck are we paying for this? It's not that big. Don't get me wrong. It's 400 fucking nanoseconds. It's not big at all. But the fact that I'm paying for something that I don't want to happen is like, that tilts me. That tilts me. Because it's making up part of this cost. So maybe I need to go to the actor and override that function, basically. Go to the actor, get the root component, get the root component shape options, and because I'm pretty sure that function could be overwritten. But then that means that you have to use my actor. That just sucks ass. Update component overlap. What's the name of this function again? But yeah, paying for that is like aids. It's like actual aids. Update overlaps. Using component. Finding a job in UE is still very difficult. Yeah, I would say that finding a job, period, will be difficult right now. Nobody's hiring, everybody's firing, and then the people who are hiring, they're um, they have like a big pool of people to choose from. Like I didn't get fucking hired for an internship, and I have literally 6 years of Unreal Engine experience, 7 years of game development, almost 8 years now of game development experience, and I didn't get hired for an internship, uh, summer internship. Like that's when you think about that, that's crazy. Yeah, this is not virtual. We do have a update overlaps implementation. But yeah, I would say that nobody's really hiring like that. Oh fuck, this is getting called outside the editor. Am I still playing? This is false. There's no way. Okay. Let me do this and then do this. Yeah, so we're still calling this after we call set world transform. Set world transform call set relative transform on what? Call set relative transform on the bullet component, or yeah, the bullet capsule. We call this. We call this. We end up calling move component. The implementation calls update overlaps with do notify set to true. That's fucking AIDS. And then we finally get here. And we call this guy. Okay, that function doesn't get called, but it's still costing me money to do all the. It's costing me money to do all of these things. Is there a way to avoid that? Like, we're calling this. If B includes overlap at end, what is this? Set to false. If not B sweep. Rotation only. Which is set to fucking false. So this should never be true, right? Rotation. Oh no, rotation only is the delta size equal to 0. Well, yeah, we haven't rotated. That's true. So that this will be true, or maybe it'll be false because of this, whatever that is. And somehow we get into here, and this doesn't give a fuck if we have overlaps turned off. Like it doesn't care. What's the use of having that shit turned off if you're still going to run this function? What's the use? Else if not, so wait. Skip update overlaps option enabled, which is what? It's a fucking console variable. Oh my fucking God. So this needs to be set to 1, and then B skip update overlaps, which is not something that you could do. Why is this an and too? You have to fucking set a console variable and set this to true. Okay. So this doesn't seem like it's a public thing. It's private, first off. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. How do you set this to, you can't set this to true. You still have to call this to set this. The fuck? Does that make any sense? This is private. In order to skip update overlaps, you have to set this to true and this to true, but this is private. It's not virtual either. So you can't override the shit and say return false. So basically we fucked. We have to update overlaps, even though we don't want to. Fucking Unreal is like, hey, good luck, motherfucker. Cause you gotta set, it should just be this. Like, why is this included when you can't change this at all? You can't change this. This only gets changed in the code. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Clear skip update overlaps. Asks if we should skip update overlaps just to set this to false. But you can't set this to false anywhere else. What the fuck are they doing over there? Is somebody high? Someone's high. Someone is high. There's no way. There's no way. Someone's smoking something over there. We have a Boolean that nobody can edit that is being queried for a function to set the Boolean to false. What the fuck are you doing? Maybe I should submit a PR to just make this not private. It says, if true, it indicates we don't need to call update overlaps. This is an optimization to avoid tree traversal when no attached components require update overlaps to be called. This should only be set to true as a result of update overlaps. Why? Why do I have to call update overlaps to fucking, like, if I want to clearly turn off overlaps, I shouldn't. It says to dirty this flag, see clear skip update overlaps, which is expected when state affecting update overlap changes, attachment collision settings, etc. So I still have to run the logic to determine whether or not this is false, which is fucking retarded. Like, actually, who thought that that was a good idea? Like, I guess nobody in Epic is thinking, hey, people are not going to want to turn off overlaps ever. So this is private. It literally can only be changed from this class, and nothing in this class allows you to change that. So, who is the fucking idiot that wrote that code? Whether or not to cache the physics volume this component overlaps should be updated when the component is moved. The dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. By far. You have to turn this on, but then there's a Boolean that should. Well, hold on. Yeah. This should be something else, bro. That should not be fucking asked like that, bro. That's so dumb. That is dumb. That is absolutely dumb. Holy fuck. I'm like holy moly. Who was that? Do you think this will change soon or will remain like this? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Like the state of like the state of hiring. The only way it'll change is if more indie studios start making like millions of dollars in revenue and they continue to make games. Like, you know, the guy from Megabunk, he has to make another game and he has to like hire people. Another thing that needs to change is like the salaries. In order, like, if we're being honest, man, it's expensive to hire people. Like, if let's just do some math here. Like, bring out Microsoft Paint. Let's say you make a game and it does make a bonk numbers. We'll actually take some numbers here. Let's find some numbers here. Let's do VGI. So just because I want people who are thinking as I want to get hired, I want you to understand like how expensive it is to hire a person and to pay them before your game even sees any money, right? So this is going off Megabonk's success. So he has already made money. He made this game by himself, so he had no like really big upfront costs. So gross revenue 27.6 million. So let's take 27.6 and multiply that times 0.7 because he loses 30% automatically. And then you get taxed 50% on the gross. So actually technically you get taxed 20%. So I'm just going off of based on my country. You pay the tax brackets change the more money you have, but let's just go off my tax bracket, which is 20%. So basically he's got 27.6 times 0.5. So he takes home 13.8 million in revenue, net revenue, right? So let's take a look at the cost of let's say junior game developer, or not even a cost, the starting salary. Okay, so we're looking at in between 45 to 70,000 annually, and it averages around 50 to 65. So let's put this right in the middle at 57, right? Most games take about 2 to 3 years to make. Might take less. Let's say 1 to 3 years. We'll do 2 just to have a decent like a decent test here. So right now we're sitting at 18 or 13. 13.8. That's why I got those mixed up. 13.8 million. So if he's smart, he's taken half of this and he's put it somewhere in a account that will accrue interest. So this becomes 6 point, no, 7 point, no, I'm right. 6.45. Yeah. 6.45. So really, what he has to spend on his next game is 6.45 million. We saw that 1 year salary for one junior developer is equal to 57, and the median of the average. The median of the average is 57. So 57K. And let's say most games takes 2 years to make. So hiring one person is it's $114,000 to hire one person for the entirety of the game. So this is just one person. He has a budget of 6.45 million. And this is if he wants to lose 6.45 million. Really, if he's smart, he's going to have an initial budget of probably like 10% of this. Not 10%, but maybe I would say an initial budget that I would go with if I had 6.45 million to go off of would be somewhere around like 2 million. So 30% of this. So the budget, this is his fucking like his full budget. If shit goes astronomically wrong, the game takes twice as long to make, the game takes twice as many people. But starting out, we want to do 30% of this, or 33%. So it's like let's just call it 2.1 million for the initial budget. So out of our initial budget, we've already spent, 114K for 2 years, because we're going based off we're making a game that's going to take 2 years, and this is everything going right 2 years. This is just one junior developer. In order for you to have a junior developer, there needs to be a senior developer. So let's look that up. So this is junior. This is senior. Okay, so average is 120 to 150. So we'll do right in the middle, 130, 135. So one senior is 135K. So this ends up being $270,000 for your senior. Do you see where I'm going with this? Have I applied to any other internships? Yeah, I haven't applied to any of the other, like any extra ones other than the ones that I've already applied for. I've applied for Riot, Obsidian Games, and Epic Games, who deny me. I don't plan on applying for more. Like I said, if I don't get those jobs, I'll just work like a summer job at like Sam's Club or something, just to bring in some extra money for my wife, to make her life a lot easier. But my main goal is just pushing this game out the door. But yeah, so for a senior, and a senior is like somebody like me, like, and I don't say me like a senior. I'm just saying like with my time, like 7 years or plus, basically. But where they differ is they've been working on other games. So they worked at Riot Games, they worked at Insomniac Games or whatever. So they're worth 270K for 2 years. And let's not even talk about, if you have a senior, you got a lead. So you got a lead who's in charge of the senior who's in charge of the junior. And then what if you got interns? What if you got paid interns who are getting paid, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's not enough money to hire people at the rates that exist now. You get what I'm saying? Because if I'm working a salary job where my job is to sit at a computer and solve problems, as a junior developer making almost $60,000 a year, I just want to put this into perspective. My wife works a physically intensive job. Physically intensive. She has to do a lot of manual labor. She has to deal with customers day in, day out. High stress. There's metrics that she has to meet. There's constant visits of like higher ups coming to check the club that she works at and grade it based on how presentable the club looks, what their sales have been like for that day or that week, et cetera, et cetera. There's like all of this stuff, and my wife makes like right up like right above what a junior game developer makes in a AAA studio. And as a junior, your job is gameplay systems. Your job is not as stressful as my wife's. You get what I'm saying? So like making anywhere close to what my wife makes, and your job is basically what I do all day, but minimized because you get to focus on one section. Like you're a junior developer, you're gonna be doing something like Squirrel. Like you are in charge of UI. That's all you have to worry about. You are in charge of optimization, like optimizing VFX. That's your job for this 2 years. Taking the VFX from the VFX artist, optimizing them, tying up the gameplay events, anything tied to VFX. That's what you're in charge of. So a job like that is not stressful. So like I truly don't believe that the state of where we are will change until people are willing to admit that they need to take less money from studios, because not all games are going to be Call of Duty multi-billion-dollar games, Power World multi-billion-dollar games, like hundreds of millions of dollars made in revenue. There's not going to be a lot of games like that. And you got to think, you're paying these costs up front, and your game might not even turn this $2.1 million profit. So you lost $2.1 million up front. Like that's a guaranteed loss. As a person in business, game development is like the worst. Like if you think about it, being a game developer or a game development studio is literally one of the worst things, unless you had a perennial moneymaker like Madden, NBA 2K, like something like COD that releases every year that has a cult following. But Megabonk can't release Megabonk 2, because what does Megabonk 2 turn into? Better graphics? We're paying full price for a graphical update that you could have just done to Megabonk 1. So Megabonk 2, it might exist. It like might be in the works, but it won't do Megabonk 1 numbers. You get what I'm saying? So if he hires better artists for Megabonk 2, he might end up losing money. So I'm saying all this to say that no, I don't think it will change until the workers change, until workers are willing to accept, like for a junior developer, you should be making like fucking 40,000 max. 40,000 max, bro. Like as a junior developer, you should be that should put a fire under your ass to work harder so that you can get to the next level. If I'm a junior developer making $70,000, almost $70,000 a year in Texas, bro, I'm chilling. I'm not putting in any extra effort I'm not overstressing myself. I'm not trying to exert myself more than just, I'm here for my 8-hour day and I'm going home. But if I'm making 40, I'm making 35, I'm making what a McDonald's motherfucker is making. McDonald's worker is making more than me, because they have to have food certifications. They have to deal with customers face to face. They have to deal with like cleaning shit up, like cleaning actual shit up. Like they have to deal with homeless people sleeping in the fucking place, like all of this shit that they have to deal with. And I'm making what they make. I'm going to work harder because I want to make more money. But if I'm making $60K, I'm chilling. I'm letting you know right now, if I made $60K from game development, I would be chilling, because my job is fucking cake. Literally, and getting $10 an hour. So basically, people have to take lower rates. Yes, they have to, bro. You have to, because it's so expensive to make games that most studios aren't trying to lose that money up front, bro. It's a lot of money to make a game up front. I was talking to a dude in my in my Instagram inbox, and he wants to make a like an NBA street style game. And he said he had a budget of $2 million. I told him that one likeness sculpt of an NBA player is $15,000 for one sculpt. That's like 10 players. There goes a tenth of your budget, or a fifth, not a tenth, but what's the next one? A 20th of your budget. If you have $2 million as a budget, like that's over 20%, over 5% of your budget. Yeah. So just for the 10 players, and you haven't made any money yet, just for 10 players. And that's not even counting the licensing fees that you have to pay. You know what I'm saying? So like when Epic is doing like these fucking crazy ass skins, and they got all this shit where it's so many opportunities for microtransactions, it's because they're trying to keep their head above water, because Epic is paying the full bird. Epic is probably paying the 150 for the fucking seniors, the 70s for the juniors, because it's Epic Games, and these workers are like, it's Epic Games. I mean, y'all got $1 billion game. That's all people say. Like if you look out into the world, look out into like the game development world, and look what people say about EA. Look what people say about COD. It's $1 billion game, and they're still using this. Motherfucker, we made $1 billion in gross revenue. We still have to pay for servers. We still have to pay for workers. We still have to pay for fucking marketing. We still have to pay for fucking keeping the lights on in our studios all across the world. So that $1 billion that you see in revenue, yeah, it came in, but that shit, just like I make so much money on my fucking, so much money a month from my VA, that shit is gone because I gotta pay bills. I gotta fucking pay off debt. I gotta do all this shit. So like you might see my bank stub and see, oh damn, this dude is living good. But if you look a little deeper, there's a lot of outgoing and there's not a lot of incoming. You know what I'm saying? So if COD is making $1 billion, they spending close to that. You know what I'm saying? They spending like 600 million in fucking yearly, like what's their yearly cost? That's what people don't consider when they look into this stuff. They don't consider the yearly cost that it takes to keep the company running. We don't get the luxury, like these games don't happen often. We don't see Schedule 1s where it's one developer who makes $150 million and one person doesn't have to split that money among no other people. He just got to pay his taxes, pay his fees to Steam, fucking blind, highway robbery to fucking Steam, and then go on about his life. He can decide to make another game, but he's made enough money to literally chill for the rest of his life. So it's going to take developers like the guy from Megabonk, the Danny Dev backwards, Tyler from fucking Schedule 1. They got to make games, and they got to put up $2 million in a budget, in a fund, and they got to deal with workers who are willing to take 40. I see that the average is 50, 60, but that's AAA. Are you willing to take 35 for this year? And then depending on if we get investors to back this to cushion the blow, because I got $2 million up front. I can put up $2 million. We can spend a year building something to present to investors who got deep pockets, right? Publishers who got deep pockets. Are you willing to take 35 for this first year, and then we re-up when this year's over and we hit all our milestones, and we go pitch this to whatever publisher is huge right now, the Devolver or whatever. We go pitch this game to whatever publisher is huge, and we get another $2 million. maybe we can bump that up to 45, you know what I'm saying? Or bump it up to 40, because I got a budget of 2 million, but me paying you 35 allows me for me to have some kind of cushion in case shit goes bad, in case we need to contract certain things out, in case we need to stand up some kind of framework from scratch to support some kind of gameplay mechanic that we want. It's a lot of fucking like business. You really got to think about a lot of shit, bro. Like if you running a business, you can't just think about making 40K a year and be like, okay, I'm making 40K, I'm good. No, you got to think about paying 25,000 to a motherfucker, 10,000 for a level design. Like I got quoted $10,000 for a fucking level before. You know what I'm saying? And it's because these people have these insane costs. They're not insane. I respect them, but ultimately them shits is insane, bro. $10,000 for a single level? Like, come on, bro. There's somebody out here that's hungry that'll do it for $3. And $3,000, when you think about it, is still a lot of money, but it's better than 10. You know what I'm saying? And this dude is charging 10 because he feels like he can charge 10. But you know, two to 5 years down the line, when this AI shit starts taking over and it gets easier for us to generate shit and get high quality with good topology and etc. There's already tools that's doing that right now. These motherfuckers gonna have to change that. They're gonna have to change that tune a little bit if they want a job. For one level, yes, for one level, and this is for a basketball court. You know, not a open world level that has other levels in it. It's just a single basketball. And at that time, it was actually a football field. So it was a football field that I gave like a reference to. There's a game called Wild Card Football. So there was like a reference to like how the shaders look in there, how the lighting looks in there. And motherfucker was like, yeah, to do something like that it's gonna run you between $8,000 and $10,000 depending on the complexity. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I found somebody who would do it for 2,500. But you know, 2,500 for me, that's like I'm not eating for a month. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm eating sandwiches and ramen noodles, and I'm still in debt. So fuck, I can't do that. So these motherfuckers got to change that tune, bro. Yeah. They'll once they change that tune, a lot more jobs will start opening up. What's the other game? What's Big Fry's game? Transients. So yeah, transients. Damn, a lot of motherfuckers returned this motherfucker. This was at 100. Damn, he ain't. This motherfucker ain't making another game. He not. He's going to see that he put in way more money than he made here. He's definitely not making another game. Yeah, it's tough out here, bro. That's why I'm such an advocator for people to see potential and want to be a part. Like, I'm not trying to convince you to work with me or anything like that, but I'm just saying that's why people should look at the world like that. If somebody, like, I'll give it to you straight. If somebody was making the basketball game that I'm making and they had a team, I would just join that team. I wouldn't give a fuck about finishing the game. Like, if Play by Play Studios hires me to make to help work on their game, I would work for them. You get what I'm saying? Because their game is going to do, because one, I don't have to think about the business side of things. I could just be a worker. That's a really simple life. I just do my job well, go home, kiss my wife, eat dinner, go to sleep, wake up, do my job well, go home, kiss my wife, go to sleep, wake up. And then I left out dinner, but you know, I would eat dinner after I kiss my wife. So that's a really simple life that I don't have to stress about. I'm not stressing at all. I mean, I might stress because work is hard today, or I got a lot of shit to do today, whatever. I do that right now with no money. You know what I'm saying? So getting paid to deal with those problems, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But there's not a lot of games out there that have like the potential to turn into I was about to say this, but that's not what I'm talking about. To turn into this. So I truly think that the space that we're in, like developers who haven't worked for a AAA studio, haven't worked for a AA studio, we just doing this shit in our free time. You need to be looking for people who have high potential products and trying to provide as much as you can to that product, so that once the money comes in or the funding comes in, you're the first person up to get paid. You know what I'm saying? Um, it is a thin line between people who are trying to like finesse and people who are actually trying to create like a actual thriving game studio. Because a lot of people are just in this to get that mega grant money and get the fuck out, or get whatever publisher money and get the fuck out, or put some bullshit game out that they don't care if it sells. They already made their money from the publisher or whatever, and most of their money is not coming again until the publisher makes their money back. So they don't really give a fuck about that. But yeah, there's a thin line between those two types of people. So there's like a lot of like work that you have to do to make sure you're not joining like a team of fucking scam artists. But that's what the space needs to turn into. Once it turns into that, we're going to get a lot more indie games that are like Power World. We're going to get a lot more Battle Bits. Battle Bit literally took 7 years to make. Like, this is a story that I tell my friends. Battle Bit took 7 years to make because those motherfuckers was learning how to do the shit that they wanted to do and doing it at the same time. So that they started the project over. And that, you got to think about it. You work for 7 years and you got something that's good because people are gravitating towards it. People are like, ooh, when can we play this? Or when they play it, they're like, ooh, when is the final release coming out? Or when you create a Patreon to support the game and to get into like private testing, people are like subscribing to the Patreon, even if it's $1, it's $5. You know what I'm saying? They want to play it so that they can play your game. They're excited about it. And that game ended up making $55 million. You know what I'm saying? Took 7 years to get there. That's what a lot of people are scared of. A lot of people are scared of it, but what is it? BattleBit? It's probably made more than that now. So yeah, BattleBit Remastered has grossed 50 million. Not too many players playing right now. They had so many people playing this game that they had to take a million, like a loan for like a couple $1,000,000 to pay for the servers. You know what I'm saying? And they had to let the bank know, hey, we got this many players that bought our game, but we don't see our money for 90 days. So can we get a loan to support the servers? So the game even exploded bigger than what they thought it was going to be. But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's not a lot of people who operate like this. This is 3 people who stuck that shit out. And I mean, you split 50 million 3 ways. That's still a lot of money. And you can see they're still updating the game. And who knows if they're working on another game. But it's 3 guys who can probably make another game. But this time they got $1 million for the budget. So they don't have to take as long because they can just get some other team to do all the art or get some other person to do all the animations or whatever. So I don't know, man. Like I said, the space needs to change a lot, bro. People are fucking greedy. That's the problem. People right now are just greedy fucks. Everybody wants to make money before anybody else makes money. Like everybody wants to make money before the game even makes money. And that's the problem. And like I understand it when you're working for a AAA studio. you want to get paid up front because the AAA studio could literally close down, and they require you to spend 8 hours and shit. It's like a requirement. But like, if you're spending like your hobby, like, cause I look at it like this. I've been doing game development for 7 years, and I have not made anywhere close to this. So I'm still, in that boat where it's still scary to continue doing this. But I've also just jumped into the boat where I've started presenting my project to people and started to see people like gravitate towards it. And the thing about like the internet is, even if you have haters, like even if people are like, bro, ain't nobody playing this shit, oh, this shit look trash. Even if those people exist, they exist because they see other people like it. Those people exist. You'll never get 100% negative, like, not reviews, but like as a as a as a fresh thing, and I say thing as a fresh product, you will not have haters if there are not any people who are like supporters. It's impossible. Nobody will like no. The haters won't even comment on your shit if there's not anybody supporting it. So if you have haters, that means you have supporters. If you have one hater, that means you have 10 supporters. Because haters only show up to rage bait. They want the interaction of people coming at them and talking shit to them. They want to have an argument with somebody who likes it so that they can prove that they're right and the other person's wrong. So if you have haters, even if if it's just one, that means your support numbers are up there a little bit higher. So like, I'm saying that to say that I've jumped in the bucket where there are haters, because there's so many people who are like, yo, this looks good. Oh, when is this coming out? Is it coming out on Xbox? Is it coming out on PlayStation? Can we play it now? Like, that has been said so many times that there's people who will say, ain't nobody playing this shit. This shit look like trash. This shit look like Roblox. Take this shit to Roblox. Don't nobody want this Roblox shit. You know what I mean? Like, so if those people exist, it's only because the other side is stronger right now. But as a new product, you will never have haters unless you have supporters. So if you have haters, you're in a good spot. It's not even real until you get a hater. You know what I'm saying? Because people might just be supporting you to be nice. That when a hater comes, it's because they mad that you getting support. That it's real when a hater show up. Yeah, my project took me some 7 years at this point, and you've been fucking going crazy this year. Of course, I wasn't steady going. I spent a good 2 years doing nothing at all. What the hell was you doing for 2 years doing nothing? But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the space turns into, man. Like I said, everybody's waiting on somebody else to pay them instead of like taking the step. It's like, if you think about it, most of us take the risks before anybody else. Like, nobody is like, hey, I see what you're doing, I want to be a part of it. Nobody's like that. Like, everybody's mental state is like, can you afford to pay anybody? You know what I mean? Do you have funding? That's what everybody's mindset is that I've been dealing with. They're not trying to put the time in. They just want to get paid, and that's fucked. You know what I'm saying? Because I built something up, and that's why it's hard for me to like work with people too, even people that I'm willing to pay, because in the back of my mind I'm like, bro, I did this based off of just passion. Like, I had a feeling that a game like this would be good, and I didn't think about money, because if I was thinking about money, I would have did some, I would have done some snake oil shit. I know a guy who tried to do that with my project, and I was like, no, bro, I'm not trying to do that. Like, I want to have a project to present before I start trying to present it as I'm making money or whatever. God, God, I fucking hate Epic right now for this. Sorry, I went on a spiel about that. Hmm. So yeah, we're not skipping overlaps, which is fucking ass. Is this overridable? Oh shit, that's overridable. Yeah, fuck. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to we are going to implement that function because I want to get rid of that. Today I'm just going to focus on optimization because I know that this next update that I have to do is fucking, it's going to be heavy, bro. I have to do 5 traces. Basically, I have to take a capsule and I need to do a trace front, back, center, and then there's a option to turn on the left and the right trace. And this will keep my player at this level when walking up stairs and whatnot. So this will feel for this. It'll get this point and be like, oh, we're about to approach a step. Let me start pushing up. Let me start pushing up for this stair. And I think that this could be a problem if we start querying this before we even get here. But yeah, those 5 traces are, the raycasts are supposed to be cheap, but bullet is a different beast, so it might not be as cheap. But yeah, let me go into here and we'll just go into all of these components and override this update overlaps implementation. I think this is protected, you know. And we are going to return false or true if the settings allow for that. So go ahead and do this, and then if shape options dot b generate overlap events in chaos. So if that's false, return true. Look at all this work. So if get generate overlap events is true and is query enabled. Oh wait, what? I guess I should have checked if we get in here. So get generate overlap events, which is false, and this, which is false. Well, technically, yeah. Well, if either one of these are fucking false, we shouldn't. Whatchamacallit? Something's going wrong there. Hold the fucking phone. Let's just do this real quick because I might be skipping them, but I feel like I'm still doing work. smoking pot, going out every day, playing the night game, and going to uni 2 days a week until I gave up on going. Damn, for 2 years, yeah. Party life, huh? Yeah, I feel you. I'm glad I gave up pot. Shit was ruining my life. Really ruining my pockets. It wasn't really ruining my life. It was really fucking with my money more than anything. What is this for? Okay, we gotta pause that until we fucking start the editor. Huh. So we don't get in here. Okay, so what actually happened here? So we can skip them. And then if should update physics volumes, we call this. And B can skip overlaps is false. And then we return false right here because of this. Should update physics volume. So is this virtual? This is not virtual. This is returning whether this is true. Okay, so that's part of it. It might be easier to. I mean, realistically, we know if we have that overlap shit turned off, like if we don't want to do it in Unreal, we shouldn't even do this because this tree could be big. Like there could be 10 components and it's got to go through and run this function, which goes through and runs that function again, which goes through and you know what I'm saying? There could be 10 components with nested components. So we shouldn't even have to like traverse this thing. If we don't want to generate overlaps, and another thing that we could do is in the I know the feeling. This one month I did a big party and spent all my money for the month, and this motherfucker that I hated left my fridge open all night, and all my food for the month got spoiled. Jesus Christ, I had to eat rice with spices for a whole 2 weeks. Jesus Christ, dude. Um, yeah, I remember like having like people over and doing shit like that, like like doing like events and shit. What was that? Update physics volume. Yeah, it never really worked out. I ended up spending money. I remember I used to every Sunday I used to do like meetings at my house, and we would smoke, I'd cook, and we try to talk about like our plans for the week, for the month, etc. Um, it was not productive every time. Some people wouldn't show up, and that's fine. I'm not mad at that. But it wasn't productive because a lot of people didn't have like genuine plans on what they wanted to do for the week because they're thinking about they have a job, and this is like me not having a fucking job. I know people looking at me now. Looking at it now, I know people probably would like disgust it with me because I don't have a job and I'm like requiring people to commit to shit. Uh, and they don't have the time. They got kids, they got a job, they got all this shit. So looking at it now, I understand it. But at that time, it was more like, hey, if we want this thing to go somewhere, we have to like you have to make the time for stuff. You know what I'm saying? Um, because even when we didn't have those, things, like we didn't have jobs and requirements for like life and shit. We didn't have what's the word I'm looking for? We didn't have any responsibilities. We weren't we weren't progressing like we should have because we weren't thinking in the terms of like a business. Like you have, like, if you're doing anything in this world that could even potentially be considered a business, you have to you have to think about it as a business, it, even if it's not there yet. And that's kind of what I was telling that dude yesterday that was in my my inbox. Like, it's not about where you are; it's about where you're trying to go. So if you're not thinking like a business or a studio or a company, then how can you ever be prepared to handle the things that are, oh fuck, I forgot to turn on those. How could you ever be prepared to handle what's required of you as a company if you never treat anything like as if you were a company? That's not deterministic, by the way. We got to figure out that problem. Sometimes we hop up a couple of times. Sometimes we hop up a bunch of times. Like, come on, what are we doing here? Is Jolt more deterministic than fucking Bullet? Do I need to go to Jolt? But yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough. Like trying to trying to be in two different lifestyles at once is like really tough. Because game development is a lifestyle. You have to be fully committed to this shit. You can see we're not calling the function here, the update overlaps. We're still calling it, but it's not doing any work. Maybe this one is. Yeah, we still call the function, but it's not doing work. So you can see now we've gotten this down to 174 instead of 209. And this is all 12 of these moving. This is not even with them being still, so it should get lower over here when they like are being still and shit. When the ones that don't need to update don't update. Okay, that's a finalized frame. So yeah, look at this. 175. Yeah, this is oh, so maybe that other frame was all 6 of them not moving. Actually, no. This looks like all 12 of these are moving. So yeah, 175, all 12 moving. Is there a frame where they don't move? Like maybe back here? Ooh, 197. Okay, that's not good. Okay, so how is this more expensive when we have some that don't even move? That's kind of weird. This is more expensive when we have components that don't move. That's really weird. Isn't that weird? Frozen. I guess we do still call this. How the fuck are we getting this? But yeah, I would wonder why that's more expensive to not call it than it is to call it. It's kind of weird. Maybe because the branch. I'll let your body decide for you, for you. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting the Instagram verification. But one of my boys has it, and it doesn't like improve his channel. Like it makes me feel like it's a waste of money. I could ask him, does he feel like it's doing anything for him? When you started, you be giving me the whole damn day until the day is done. So if you wanna go that way, I'll be waiting up. I'll go. I have the voodoo. Meet me at the door. While it's still open. I know it's getting gone. Tell me that enough. So 178. We're calling this. That's a frame where we are moving everything. How does this happen? I don't know how that happens. Oh my God, 126. We done it, people. We've done it. This shit ain't doing no work. We've done it. We went from 175 to 126. That doesn't seem huge. But remember, we were at 270. We were at 270 and 220. So now we're at 100 microseconds smaller. And this is going down to 808 instead of 899, 923, what it used to be. That's good. That's good. Let's cook. Now, like I said, this is going to get worse. It can only get worse because we're going to be doing more work. But we've slimmed it down quite a bit, though. What's today? The 15th? Okay, leaving that there because we are going to want to take a look at that puppy in the future. Okay, let me stop this. We can take just one final look at that and see if there's like anything that like pops out that could be easily changed. And we could look at like these hot frames, see what's going on. God damn, it's not us. It's not us that's hot. Okay, this is a hot one. 980. Pretty hot. And that's just because we're doing more work here. This is a 185. Step physics is actually 179. There's a lot of stuff missing here. There's a lot of functionality missing here. It might be bullet specific stuff in here. God damn it, how does this take so long? 4.7, bro. That's so crazy. If we can reduce this, like setting the value of a structure takes 4 microseconds. I know we shouldn't care about that. It's just that's going to be a linear or exponential curve. The more things there are, the fucking higher that cost is going to be. I should probably ask. I should probably ask this Chat GPT maybe. Hello, my baby. I'm reading something right now. I've been talking though. Yeah. Oh god. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because y'all doing good, but y'all motherfuckers working hard as hell. Mm-hmm. Oh fuck! I didn't take nothing out today. Ah, forgot. You'll be about 8. It'll stall in the five within like 3 hours. I think. Hey Google, set a 3 hour timer. Yeah, because if not, I'll forget. What you eating? Oh, you little baby. Did I just compile? Oh yeah. You gotta be an asshole though, because it's for the greater good. It just sounds like you throwing some people under the bus, but you know, you just need to let it be known that it's something that is visible. And if I can see it, other people can see it, but it doesn't affect other people. That's why they're not talking about it. Mm-hmm. Well, y'all show is making up for her up over there with that lady, man. Mm-hmm. What the fuck? How the fuck are we calling this? Hold on, Bean. Hold the fucking phone. Why are we calling this? The fuck? This is why you debug it. This is why you do this trace. I'm calling fucking code that I'm not even supposed to be calling. I'm still calling this, but that's fine. I'm not too mad about that right now. How the fuck are we calling this? We don't have a base. Did capture base from transform. Okay, what the fuck? There is no base. What the fuck? How is this getting called? This is returning false. I don't get this. But basically, we just found another hotspot. What the fuck? We were calling these functions somehow. That shit is crazy. All right. Yeah. I didn't even get this. I didn't even get to do like what I did all my research for last night because I know it's gonna be like heavy. So I started looking at my traces, trying to reduce all of the stuff that exists now to try to get rid of like all of the overhead that I have already because I know when I add this code that the overhead is gonna be even higher. I'm not gonna work anymore today because 2 days I haven't been playing COD, and I know I got a full day tomorrow, so I'm just gonna chill for the rest of the day. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. Okay, that should be way smaller now. This shit. Yeah, this is literally nothing now. It used to be 4 microseconds. Now it's nothing. That's great. Yeah, some reason we were calling transform fucking look, now we're down to 777 instead of 808. We saw 808 as the lowest. Now it's at 777. And this was with all 12 of these bitches updating too. Oh no. Yeah, this was all 12 of these updating. So when some of them are being still, like when players aren't moving, this will be way cheaper. That is really good. We're still updating overlaps, which is costing us this. And I don't even want to pay for this if I don't have to. So I'm gonna do that one little change too, just so that we don't even have to go through the tree, the hot path. My nose is itching right now. Cruising. You read? I'm gonna let you go, Bean. I need both of my hands. I gotta type some code. You want to stay on the phone? I can get the headphones. Oh, you need to get fruit. Oh no, you can't buy that. Never mind. What people? Oh, there's nobody in here, but okay. You about to tell me about. Okay. So yeah, we want to reduce this thing as much as we can because we know we got something fat coming, man. Something huge coming, and I don't want to pay that. I don't want to pay that hefty price. The one thing I would say about the shape settings or the shape options is hey, I'm still getting this warning. Yeah, the one thing that kind of sucks about the shape options is that they're static And so like if you wanted to change something at runtime, you couldn't do that necessarily. Okay, there's actually something that I want to change in here because we have this in here. Oh my God. Got it down to 629 now. And that's because we're not doing that fucking update overlap shit. We're not even taking the nanoseconds to do that. It's right there and it's taking 0. Wait, how is it even there? Oh yeah, it does still get called. That's why. Yep. 103. Down from 120. That's pretty good. If we look at our old, what's the oldest trace I got? The oldest trace I got is slimmed down. So let's look at these frames because this is probably when we're like standing still. So 111, still pretty small. Update overlaps is taking 100 nanoseconds. Here it's nothing. So we still went down from 111 to 100. Still good. So 116 to 103. That's good. That's still savings. But this is with this motherfucker costing 2.8. So this used to be 66 and now it's 33. Something else is happening in here to make this 1 microsecond, but that's not really important, is it? This is 68. How the fuck is this taking so long? Gotta be a cache miss, maybe. I think this does like go into the pointer, and then this bullshit. Don't even know how that's happening. We're still moving the component. I don't know how we are moving the component in finalized frame. I don't know what code we're calling that moves our component in finalized frame, but that shit still exists somewhere. And it's bothering me. I don't know what code it is. Somewhere in this bitch, we fucking moving something. It might be a cache miss. I still don't think we need to do this comparison. We don't see this function. This is literally the only function where we call set world transform. I don't even see this being called. Like, I'm not seeing this on the. I just see move component. Where the fuck is that getting called from? I don't even see. What the fuck? How is this happening? What is this? Bullet network prediction finalized frame is calling something move component somehow. Hmm. If you think about it, I don't think we're calling any of our stuff here. Like, I don't see. I see bullet mover component finalized frame, but I don't see this get called. I'm not seeing that get called. I'm not seeing this get called either. Like, this doesn't pop up. So where is the fucking cost coming from? This is happening in finalized frame. Is this the call stack? Or is that like all the callers? Yeah, I don't know how we get. I don't know where this is coming from. Hmm. No idea. But yeah, we've definitely slimmed it down more since this guy. I don't know if we can get smaller than this. To be honest with you, I would have to figure out where that the call from finalized frame is coming to move the component, and then like from there, it would ultimately get smaller. But yeah, this is 981. This is like a really high frame, and it's because this is a cache miss. Calculate skeletal mesh bounds, taking fucking 24 microseconds. But normally, I would say that this is probably like because of a cache miss. And this is potentially a cache miss to set uh, visible component transform. So I don't think there's anything we can really do about cache misses. We've got this down from 30 to 19. These used to be around 4. Got those down. Cut this in half. Not really much more you can do there. The post physics work needs to do all this work essentially. Get the motion state, set the transforms. But yeah, this is alarming right here. Because if these things didn't exist, which they shouldn't, I don't know why they are there. I have no idea why they exist. The only place we move the component is somewhere in here. I got rid of this code. And then we might be calling this. That might be doing something potentially. But it doesn't hit in the debugger. So yeah, it doesn't make sense how we're calling any of this code. Shit, it not even that's called. I'm getting called. What the fuck? Hold on, what? Hmm? You know what? I think this if is actually in the wrong spot. This else right here. This is actually supposed to go right here. Whoops. That's why this was never getting called, which is probably why we always were calling move component, because the component was not in sync with the sync state potentially. I don't know. I don't think so though. God damn it. No. What the fuck? Where'd those guys go? They just went to the moon, didn't they? Jesus. Here, I don't want that trace. Here. Let me actually go and just let's just make these dudes. Wait, which way did they go? So these back 6 are not moving. Okay, so that's all 12 moving in the world. $137. It's not the best. It's not the best time, but it's not bad. And finalized frame is still doing this. So I don't know where this is coming from. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I have no idea where this is getting called from. But you could think if these didn't exist, this is probably like close to 20 microseconds that could be reduced out of that. And then we're calling the independent tick, which shouldn't be getting called. Not really. Yeah, this is 1 microsecond, which is crazy. That's actually 1 out of the 2. But it's not too bad. The biggest problem is this shit. There's got to be something else happening in the finalized frame that I'm not, like in the network predictions finalized frame. I know what you guys are thinking. Damn, he's still doing this? Hell yeah. Oops, I am in the wrong spot. Easy mistake to make. I think we might have accidentally added some interpolation services. I think this might be running. Okay, none of those are being called. The only other thing I can think of is in the back end, something's happening in the finalized frame that could potentially be. I don't know how that's getting called, bro. Like, it literally doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, 40. Me, I don't know why you still win. Yeah, we should be going here, here, here. But no code is calling move component, bro. What the fuck? I don't know how that's happening. How the fuck is that happening? So somehow we're like deferring moves to the end here, which is throwing me all the way off. that's weird. I don't know how that's happening. Like I said, that's like the only other thing I could squeeze is this is probably close to 10 or 20 microseconds, which should reduce the size of this function, which should reduce the size of this call. I mean, I don't even know how this is getting fucking called when network prediction tick is called network prediction independent tick. Oh, I think I know how this is getting called. I think network prediction is turned on somehow. Yeah, this is on. This is on. So that's how this is how this is getting called. These two things are on. It's not doing much, but it's calling finalized frame somehow. The fuck? God damn. Hell of a cache miss right here. Cache misses be costing hell a lot. Jesus Christ. Versus this. And I still see this, but I no longer see that network prediction shit. So yeah, the skeletal mesh is what's moving. Right here, this update component to world gets called again. So I want to see what that path looks like, where we call update, we call finalize frame, and then we call update again in finalize frame, like within the same frame. So yes, actually move component. Jesus. Update component to world. Let's just look at this. So it's literally just this. Yeah, it's called on the scene component right here. So we would want to see, we would get it from, let's disable this though. So it'll start in update. So it'll start here where we actually set the transform here. And then what I'm expecting is we call this finalized frame gets called. And then we'll be able to see if, like, in that call stack, we can see this move component get called somewhere. And I'm gonna just do one of these guys to not deal with multiple calls. So boom, we get this call. We know we end up calling In this function, you end up calling update you end up calling this, which calls this. Calls that. Then this gets called again. I just saw this for the skeletal mesh. Then that gets called. Then this gets called for the bullet capsule. And then this gets called for the skeletal mesh. Because it comes from. Wait, what? Set world transform. Here. Here. Skeletal mesh. So did we not call this? Capsule. And then the skeletal mesh. Calls move component again. Here. Move component gets called. And this is on the bullet capsule still. Still calling that here. Update component to world with parent. And then propagate transform update. Because we have children. We call child dot update component to world. Then we call this. We call update the component to world with parent. But my question is, how does this get called a second time? So where the fuck does this happen in finalized frame? I don't see it even getting called in finalized frame. It might be that it's a deferred move or something like that, where it doesn't happen until finalized frame, because it doesn't look like that won't happen. We're not actually gonna call finalized frame because we're stuck in this loop. Finalized smoothing frame. Holy fuck, there it is. Holy fuck. Okay, first off, let's do a trace where we have smoothing turned off. Also, I want to do something else too. Let's turn this off. So it's not being smoothed, if you could tell. But what I'm looking for is the lack of that double move component happening. So yeah, look, in finalized frame, we don't call it again because we turned off smoothing. That's actually pretty good. The thing about smoothing though is that usually the smoothing would be handled by the motion state, but since we're calling step physics within a fixed tick, there is no smoothing because there's no accumulated time. So one thing I could check for inside of this, let's add the smoothing back and see what the difference is. First off, edit, put the smoothing back on. Let's set it to something like crazy. Take a look at what it looks like here. Looks way smoother than what it did. And then I mean technically that cost is client sided. So the server will never call that. So we don't have to worry about that cost on the server. I don't think there's a way to avoid that on the client either. What I could do though is we could do it once on the client basically so that we don't pay for it twice, where basically right here in finalized smoothing frame what's the other? None. Okay. Wait, smooth frames will be ignored. Yeah, so how I'm thinking about this is the let me think here. Times the actors transform. If you think about this, in the finalized frame function, if we are, I fuck man, I specifically moved the let me go to this wherever it is. The crazy thing is that it wasn't getting called, but it's still getting called because it is getting called. Like it is getting called. Like the skeletal mesh will update no matter what. Like no matter what. There's no avoiding that. So we're essentially going to pay for that twice, no matter what, if you think about it, because when we were just debugging in the motion state, wherever that is on my thing here, it hurts that I gotta do so much work. But yeah, we never hit this right here. We never hit this. So the set world transform for the updated component actually sets the transform of the child, and there's no way to avoid that unless we probably override this set relative transform. Maybe this is virtual. No, not virtual. This calls this, which might be virtual, not virtual. And then this calls move component, which I think calls a virtual function. Yeah, so this is virtual. And then we just would have to hope that these functions aren't private. But essentially this calls this, which is also virtual, which calls this. And ultimately we get down into here where it iterates over the children, where it propagates the transform update. Propagates the transform updates, iterates over the attached children, calls update bounds. If it's registered, we transform updated broadcast. This should only broadcast if you fucking are bound to this, but I guess this is a world thing. But yeah, here we cannot get away from this update child transforms unless you override literally this entire flow to just bypass updating the child component. Like, because basically what I would do right here is I would get the settings and say, hey, are we smoothing? If we're smoothing and we're not the server, don't call this. If we are the server, call this. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we are the server, call this. Else, check if we are smoothing. If we are, or if we are not smoothing, call this. Because if we are smoothing, it'll get called when we set the relative transform manually of the component. But right now, there's no way to avoid that other than overriding this function in the and that's the shitty part. This is not overridable, but I guess this would be overridable, but this is not overridable. So you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, the only way to avoid this is to like make 3 functions that just so that we could check for fucking you got update transform flags. What's this? Skip physics update, propagate from parent, only update if using a socket. Yeah, so that's a really tough one. But yeah, essentially we will be fucking paying that cost if we're smoothing. There is no way to get around it. Because no matter what, we get to this point where we call this function right here. Unless we override this function and do something else, and we don't do it with the parent. Unfortunate. And this is only if we have a parent, we call that. So yeah, technically we could override this function right here. We can override this function, and if we are not smoothing, and or if we're not smoothing, or we are the server, call this function. Else we want to just do this. Else we want to skip this, essentially. Not skip it, but we want to skip the child update. We would have to do like a different function for only update parent or some shit. That does not propagate the transform. I feel like my phone is going crazy right now. What the fuck? Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is we can skip this completely, because all this does is propagate the changes to the child. And like I said, the only way to avoid that is to override this function. And that's not that big of a deal. Like I said, today I'm focused solely on optimization, so let's just get it done. You know what I'm saying? We'll override this puppy. Override final? What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? Hey, what does override final mean? Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. They some hoes for that. They some hoes for that. Epic, bro. God damn. Okay, this is what that dude meant by it. It gets kind of hard to optimize when you're not doing engine updates, because shit like this, override final. The fuck? And then this function is not virtual. God damn it, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? They crazy as hell for this. And there is nothing that I could do to bypass the children getting updated. Holy fuck. I guess we can update the transform flags. And I bet you this is private. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I know it. Hold on. Hold on. That's not good though. Yeah. Um says sets the cache component to world directly. This should be used very rarely. We about to run into it, goddammit. So if we call this directly, that means it'll already be updated. So even if we give it a new, well, I think that could fuck us up in the future when we set the relative transform. But I think that's for the frame though. I think this might get reset every frame. Uh-oh, don't look like this gets set to false anywhere. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. I don't think that'll work. That looks like it's doing some stupid shit. We only get here if this is fucking false. So I'm gonna do just a debug, see how many times this is probably false every frame, I'm guessing. Oh, can't use that. There's nothing else stopping this from happening. Son of a bitch. I could do some flags here. But this would fuck up the server too though. I mean, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't. Where does this come from? Propagate. We gotta call. How do we set these flags? Where do we set these flags at? See, they set the flags here manually. You can't even change it by setting the fucking flags. Like I said, the only thing we could do is, hold on. Let's do a test where we make one of those. What is that shit? The fucking absolute. Frozen. Right here. So yeah, in here, if this is true, we continue. And then this is true by creating one of these scopes set using absolute location. Oh fuck. Can this only be called from the server? I guess that's fine. Fuck it. We could just call these three. We just call those three if we're smoothing. That should be fine. Let's do a test here where we go to the bullet motion state. So let's do okay. So what we're oh my god. Let me just restart the editor because that might have fucked something up. I'm compiling while the editor is running and shit. So by doing this, we can bypass the child updates. We'll call this, and then we'll set this back to false. You know, essentially, oh, this might run if here, let's comment this out just for this test. This might end up running because this will be off basically. I just thought of a way that I could do this too that'll make it a little bit better. So literally, instead of like changing that flag, turning it on and off because it is a replicated flag, I'm gonna just set it to false. Or I'm gonna set those things to true if you're smooth. Like if your settings are smoothing, I'm sorry. if the settings, the network prediction settings, are set to moving, then to smoothing, then I will turn those flags on, and then essentially only the server will call set relative in that in the motion state if you're smoothing, and then inside of the smoothing, if you're smoothing, it'll also update the primary component or the visual component. So we could do a trace here just to take a look, take a little look, see. Hit that puppy there, press play. I mean, shit still moves, by the way. And that's because smoothing is turned on. So smoothing is actually what's moving that transform. If I'm not mistaken, we'll see it in the I don't even want to take a guess. We'll see in the finalized smoothing where the actual movement is happening, because smoothing is on. Where's this at? Oh, that's fucking. You see right here though, right here. We call it right here, but if we look at another frame, we don't call it here. Oh, we do. We still call it here. How? Update child transforms is still running? The fuck? Okay, that's kind of weird. I'm not expecting that to run. Okay. Oh, my dumb ass. This needs to be true. All three need to be true. I'm gonna get off of here at 5, so got a few more minutes to try to get this as slimmed down as possible. And then run a trace, press play. So now it should only be smoothing that's moving this thing. It shouldn't be getting moved anywhere else, anyway else. But if we do see update child transform, that's going to be a little bit disheartening. Ah, nice. See, right here, we don't update child transforms. But in finalized smoothing, we update this skeletal mesh right we update this skeletal mesh right here. Excuse me. Yeah, that is like the timing of this is unfortunate because this is pretty huge. To move this, it takes 3 microseconds. And when, like, over here, if we look at the trace before, when it's a part of the same, like when it's all called together, no, it's still about the same. 2.9 microseconds. Yeah, it's still about the same. 2.7. The other one was 3.2. So it's a little bit more expensive to move it separately from here, but at least we don't pay for the cost twice. You know what I'm saying? Because if you think about it, we move it here, which is 2.9, and then we move it here, which is 2.2. So that's 5.1 instead of 3 point whatever the fuck it was, instead of 3 point. Jesus Christ, is that 5? Oh, wait, no. Wait, what is this? Oh, no, that's the whole update for that. Yeah, so 5.1 instead of 3.2. So still cheaper. And then basically to get that to work how we want it to work, we remove that. We remove this. And inside of the mover component, we initialize the simulation state. I guess that's fine. By the time, I think, well, let's initialize. Yeah, I think here is where if we have, so let's get our fucking settings, U bullet network prediction settings object. Well, we should be able to just U bullet network prediction world manager. God damn it. Let's get subsystem, my dumb ass. So if we're smoothing and our primary visual component is valid, we want to say primary visual component dot set use absolute location to true. Right? So this will set this on both the client and the server. And whenever we do a move on our motion state, we would also want to check for if we're smoothing. I could have a static bool in here that we set. This way we only have to set this once, or we only have to fetch this once. Oh fuck, I can't do it in here. We could with a new. We'll just extend this. Actually, when we initialize this, we call it from the subsystem that doesn't know anything about this. These are two separate modules, so this won't know if we're smoothing or not. So there's no way to actually call this properly. Only way to do it is in finalize frame. That's a new function. Ah, it does all the work for you. Nice. Okay, and the server does not call finalize smoothing frame. So technically, we should be good. We should be good here. We only call set world transform. That will essentially only call the update of the transform of our root component. It won't update the child transforms unless we're the authority and we don't have like a player control pawn. We're not the listen server, because the listen server will still smooth too. Or if we're the client and it's the client's not smoothing, or basically if we're not using smoothing, or we're the server and we're just the dedicated server, we want to call this. I could say is dedicated server instead of doing this. Am I still compiling? Wait, how do you check for is dedicated server? Check to see if the executable is launched as a dedicated server process and should not load client only data. Yeah, so this or running a dedicated server, do this. But it looked like it said in pi. Hold on, it says it will be false during single process play and editor. But this function should not be used for gameplay or networking purposes. Oh, okay. Yeah, because we only want to run this on the dedicated server. The listen server will run it via the smoothing. But I guess if I'm the listen server and I'm smoothing everybody's shit, um, ooh, that's tough though. If I'm the listen server, I only run smoothing locally. I don't run it on the dedicated server. I don't run it like as the server. So we still need, yeah, I think we still need the other version here. And we might as well just say or might as well add that too, right? Let's see if we get in here first off. Jesus Christ. File that. What time is it? Shit. 10 minutes. Okay. So yeah, let's see if we get in there. We don't. Our component's still moving because we're only doing smoothing. Let's do a trace to see if we're running. Whoops. Channels. Yes. Let us do a trace to see if we are calling that update component twice. Smoothing looks nice. Okay, so whenever we update here, we update the skeletal mesh, and then we are also updating it here. So nothing that I did worked. The fuck? Hold the fucking phone. So we are updating child transforms then. Update child transforms, taking 4.5 fucking microseconds. And that is not what I want to happen. How is that happening? Only thing I can think is that when we get in here, something's going wrong. Boom. Get all the way here. Oh, fuck. This is null pointer. Okay. That's why. So we got to do this on begin play. I still hate that we have to traverse the tree. We literally have to traverse the tree. So the more components that you have, this function is going to get more expensive to check if we should update. Like, we're going to call this, and then we're going to fucking check to see if there's children. We're going to iterate over all those children. We're going to go through all of that, and then we're going to say, oh no, we don't need to update you. Because these motherfuckers put that update final shit, or the override final. Assholes, bro. Complete, utter assholes. They could have made that overrideable so that people could, still make changes without having to change the source code. Oh my God. I'm just now seeing you send this fucking tax bracket shit. 50% to make in between $40,000 and $80,000. I just compile like 3 times in a row. Okay. Stepping up a trace. Go ahead and do that. Okay. No, that was about. Collect a little bit of data. Select any frame. Damn, initialized components was huge. Did you see that? Where's this at? I don't even see this motherfucker. Ah, only got a finalized frame there. That don't count. That don't count. Again, another only finalized frame. What is going on? Here we go. Okay, we're still updating this. How? How? You should definitely be skipping that. Don't tell me this is fucking, whatchamacallit, still no. No way this is still no. How the fuck is that no? When the fuck do we call set? Oh, here we go. My dumbass. Okay. Just needed to call it a little bit later. God damn it, man. Here, let's just do this after everything is initialized. God damn it. Holy moly, brother. I'm wasting all my time, bro. Got 4 minutes left. Just trying to get this damn thing. Trying to get this to stop calling the shit twice. Okay, here we go. Shit took 300 nanoseconds because we still have to fucking check because they don't let us do what we want to do. And then over here, we actually move it 3.1, total of 3.4. God, that's ass, bruh. That's so ass that you can't change that. It looks like you pay that fucking 300 no matter what. That's what it feels like. Yeah, looks like it's just gonna cost 300 just to fucking traverse that tree, bro. And there's nothing else we can do to minimize that. Literally 300 for nothing. And somehow we're still calling this. Oh, yes. I know why we're still calling that. Let me add those. Wait, didn't I add those? What the fuck? Didn't I add those? Yeah, all of these should have that function. The fuck did you change? Oh, that's begin play. Okay. So apparently this is not getting called. Is something else getting called? The fuck? Looks like we're not calling this. Hmm. Okay. I don't know why it's showing up on the thing then. Unless this is fucking one of those override final type shits. Is it? No, it's not. Here, let's see if that one's getting called just to be safe. It is. It is. Hold on. Okay, it's not. Okay. I'm trusting you. Okay. All right. We pretty much got it. Other than the fact that we have to traverse this tree. I mean, you can see how much this costs right here, 6.5 just to, update this component to world for this child, 7.3 for this function. That's a better cost than, I mean, it's 3.4 is a better cost than, a potential 10 microseconds to update the child transform. So we come away net win on that. So that's good for us. Good for us in the long run there. Let me get out of here. think that's pretty much it. Yep, that's pretty much it for today. That's a pretty good day, man. We literally saw that step physics function go from two almost 300 microseconds down to 100 microseconds, and that's like a huge thing because that, like I said, that's a fixed cost. If you get the fixed cost down, the one that does not like variate, it does vary because cache misses could make it take longer. But if you get the default size of it down, that means your overall frame time is just going to be way better. So yeah, reducing that, reducing the fucking, I forgot about writing that in the notes, but also reduced the gatherer, because we no longer broadcast hits if the user isn't listening for the fucking broadcast, which we also found out that binding to an event in blueprints costs 10 fucking microseconds. Might not sound like a lot, but that shit can add up over time. So yeah, I'm actually excited about implementing the next portion of this, which is basically this right here. Yeah, I gotta do some more research to get this down, but if you guys want to take a look at what I'm going to be doing, there's a link. Essentially a hovering capsule that will essentially give me like kinematic. It's like the best of both worlds. It's a kinematic movement style where we sweep and we trace for the ground and stuff like that, but we get all the benefits of the rigid body. I think it's just an extra. It's just a little overhead because of the traces and potentially cache misses from jumping into the pointers of what the trace hits, like whatever those components are. I have to talk to David more about like trying to get everything like cache friendly. He's really good at that stuff. So yeah, I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'm doing a beautification day. I got to go shopping for a Sweet 16. I got to get my hair done for it as well, and for my birthday. My wife's birthday is next week. My birthday is the following week, and our anniversary is smack dab in between both of those two dates. So we got a lot of stuff to do, and I'll potentially see you guys on Saturday if I don't run into anything crazy. See you then. Peace.